Well, a happy Saturday, everyone. Good to be alive on this Saturday. The month of April is coming to a close very soon. We're towards the end of the month, and so it's so good to be with you again. And I just wish this weather would make up its mind on what it wants to do. It's just driving me nuts. I went through this bad allergy phase about it finally broke about a week ago, but it was not good. It was not fun. So,
you're really miserable.
And the storms, we've got the storms that are just regular now, and me being in the insurance business, claims and everything. So, but anyway, enough of that. Praise God. We are coming through with a great spring and outlook for the summer and everything. And we are really blessed today and fortunate to have a special guest, someone a name I've heard for many years, and most of you have heard the name many years.
Here comes the judge.
And of course, you can't live in Tulsa and jog at the park in the center of town without repeating his name. We want to welcome Judge and former Mayor,
yes, sir,
William Bill LaFortune.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Welcome to the, it's funny, I have to tell this story. So I went to this breakfast it was last year, sometime early last year. And we're at this breakfast, men's breakfast. Well, it wasn't really a men, more of a political group.
Yeah, that's the John McGrath.
Right,
breakfast.
the John McGrath.
He hosts every Saturday.
Right, and so there was this guy down at the end of the table, and he was pretty engaging, and I didn't know who he was. And then after he said, "Hey, Eddie," and he started speaking, and I said, "Hi, I
remember this.
You never say, I wouldn't, you don't say this to people because you don't want to feel like an idiot. I'm supposed to know you or something. Hi, how are you doing? And then after you left, I said, who was that guy? and not only was he a good person, but he happened to be one of the most well-known people of the most well-known families in the city. Mm-hmm. But the mayor and judge, Bill LaFortune, welcome. Thank you for coming in. First of all, let's get something out of the way. So you essentially have no opponent coming up this fall. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So which is a blessing. That's good.
Absolute blessing.
Yes.
The Lord. Absolutely.
Yeah, to see you be able to do that. And
he's blessed me in many, many ways. From the day I was born to today.
I bet. So anyway, let's go back a little bit into your families. I'd like to find out more how the LaFortune name became the LaFortune name in Tulsa. So how far back does your family go in Tulsa?
Sure. Thank you, Eddie. And thank you for having me here today. It's a great story. There's actually a book. It was put out by the OU Press years ago called The Gentleman. That's the title, The Gentleman. It is about my granddad, Joseph Aloysius LaFortune. He was born one of 11 kids, indigent, very, very poor family in South Bend, Indiana. Catty corner from, it would have been 1898 that he was born. Catty corner from what would be Notre Dame University eventually, and which you'll hear more about with his life. But anyway, one of 11 kids. One of the story back then is you had to go work in 8th grade. You left school to go work.
That's true.
To make money for the family. Mm-hmm. So he did nickel a week, whatever he was doing. He did go to World War I. He was in the Air Force doing things. He didn't go over to Europe, but I don't think. But he was here. All this is in the book. But he came to Tulsa. He heard he was back in South Bend. Fell in love with a girl in Mishawaka. Yes, South Bend and Mishawaka. They're right there together. And Gertrude, her parents were German. Purebred German. I mean, purebred. What do you mean purebred? They came over from Germany. They were original Germans. That's what I mean. Original Germans. Her name was Gertrude, of course. And they got married. He heard about Tulsa. He heard Tulsa was a town that you could come, a young man could come and make his living. And he did.
This would have been in the 20s.
Yeah, he can't. I think it would have been more about 1910s, 12s, 15s, 18 in that range.
So before World War I.
Yes. No. Well, good point. It was after World War I.
Okay.
So it could have been more in the early 1920s.
Tilt that microphone.
It could have been. I'm sorry. It could have been more in the early 1920s. But he came to Tulsa by himself with her. So it would have been after World War I. I'm sorry. Could have been 1990. I think it was 1990 or something. crazy like that. I really do. I used to have this as part of my pat speech, you guys. And when I ran for mayor, this was all part of it.
We'll have to get the book.
Yes, no. And I don't want to go too long on it, but he did come to Tulsa. And what he did was he didn't have any connections or contacts. He went and started at the top of every high-rise building, knocked on every office door looking for a job. He finally got one with the Tulsa World in Oil and Gas, the Oil and Gas Journal part of the Tulsa World back then, which of course was a big deal back then. But he was just in the newsroom, not even in the newsroom, just down the basement probably working. But his big break was getting into the oil and gas business with the Warren family, with Mr. Warren. He became an officer there and rose through the ranks. And the way he really made his money was when Mr. Warren said, I'm going to give you a raise and a promotion, he'd say, no, I'd rather have stock than a raise. And then, of course, what happens? They get bought out by Gulf Oil Company at some point, and he makes his money. Now, what does he do with his money? He has 4 kids. J. LaFortune, the park's named after him. He has 4 children who have 21 grandchildren. Very strong Catholic.
Oh, yeah.
The one of 11 kids and all that. Oh, yeah. I mean, as strong as they get. So 4 kids getting him 21 grandkids, and I'm one of the 21. So that generation. Now we've all had our own, and even some of them, like my son, has had a baby boy now. My legacy, William David LaFortune, the third, they call him Trip. But so when he got his money, he started giving back. Well, he took care of his family best he could. There's so many of us, I don't care how big the pie is. You got 21 people, right? But he gave money back to all these institutions so when he was poor, indigent, and a child in South Bend, the Notre Dame priest would give all the South Bend kids schooling at night. Oh, nice. He always remembered that. So he came back and he donated money to them. And there's still the LaFortune Student Center on Notre Dame University. He was one of the first of course, they were all priests. Right. Then they figured out at some point, like in the 40s, they needed to have some lay people on board. Somebody had it. Right. He was the first layperson to be on the Notre Dame board of trustees. So he had a great connection with Father Hesburgh. You'll remember the famous Father Hesburgh that was there for so many years and was friends of many presidents, Nixon, et cetera. And so there's LaFortune Student Center in Cascia Hall. He basically built the chapel that's on Cascia Hall campus that you drive by on Yorktown. He funded it, raised the money for it, gave money for it. It's really funny though, because the Cascia Hall community is Augustinian. Yes. Are Augustinians. Well, they really aren't part of the Catholic diocese in Tulsa. Right. Separate. And back in those days, in the 50s, 1950s now, he's made his money. Now he's starting to give it away. The park comes after this, but he gave back to Cascia. But the diocese didn't like Cascia being over there on their own, not being part of them. Yeah. So my granddad was trying to balance these two. He loved the diocese, right, and he had certainly supported them. But so he finally told Bishop Kelly, the school's named after Bishop Kelly. There was a Bishop Kelly in the 50s. Yeah. He didn't like it, but my granddad said, if you leave them alone, let me deal with them. I'll help you guys too. Okay. And LaFortune Stadium over there at Memorial High School, he built that. How did that happen? Back in the day, Skelly Stadium at TU was the TPS or Tulsa Public School Stadium in the 60s, early 60s, I think. Because I remember my dad was on the athletic committee back then. My dad, not my granddad. And so TU wanted that stadium, of course, to themselves. And they wanted to get rid of the high school kids. I wonder why. No. So he came up with the solution. We'll build Tulsa Public Schools, a stadium out here. And that's how that came to be. And Skelly, of course, is expanded as the University of Tulsa Football Stadium. It's fantastic. But that's really the legacy. My dad, I'm the fourth of 5. My mom and dad were married more than 50 years. Have both passed away now. Rest in peace. But when I said I got blessings, I mean, to be born into that family to start with. I always thought to myself, people always say, you smile so much when I was growing up. I don't know if I do as much anymore, but I used to smile all the time and I was happy. Why wouldn't you be? The Lord's blessed you with this family, with schooling, private schooling, right? Catholic. Everyone went to a public school. It was all Catholic schools. So I always felt like I needed, of the 21 grandkids, they're all great people, but I wanted to do something that made my granddad in heaven. He passed away the year I went to Notre Dame, my freshman year, 1975. So he always wanted one of those 21 to go to Notre Dame. Yeah. And nobody ever did until I came along. And then I did it. He passed away. But and it's cold. Yeah. And it's cold up there in South Bend and snow. And that was only the second year that Notre Dame had women. And when I went up there, they had 5,000 men and I think 800 women.
Wow. The odds.
Not good for the old freshman, especially not being a football player either.
Well, it's better than the previous year.
Right.
There were no.
Yes, exactly. There's always some St. Mary's University across the street too, right? Anyway, that's the story of my granddad and really our family. It's just been a blessing. My dad was named Buddy LaFortune, J.A. Jr. They don't talk about him a lot, but he was chairman of the county park board for 30 years. And a lot of those because of LaFortune Park. So our family's always had somebody involved, but that was county land.
It was the orphanage.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is probably politically incorrect to say, but when I was a boy growing up, they called it the poor farm. Well,
yes,
they did.
The orphanage.
That's what. Yeah, but here's what they called it. I'm in a car with a little boy. That's what I heard. Yeah. It was a red building. All of what is par 3 now was this land. Yeah. They ran cattle on it. So all the way from 51st to 61st. Yale over to Memorial High School to Hudson Avenue was county land. So my granddad was a huge golfer, and my dad was too. He loved golf. And at the time that he gave the money for the park and the golf course, there really wasn't a public golf course. Maybe Mohawk, I'm not even sure. But there was like Southern Hills or Tulsa Country Club.
No
right. Yeah. And so he wanted the public to have a place to play golf. That was his vision. So I didn't know this until I was mayor. Actually, I picked up the Tulsa paper one day and they had a little like Tulsa trivia. And it said, on this day in 1957, as the year I was born, J.A. LaFortune donated $250,000 to Tulsa County to build LaFortune Park. This is a little tiny paragraph. I never knew that.
So he put up personal money while he was on the county park board.
No. That was my dad later.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, my granddad LaFortune was never a county officer, never on a county board of any kind. It was after the park was built. Years later, my dad became chairman of the county park board, big golfer. When they did the redo of the golf course it's been about 20 years now. Time flies. Seems like yesterday. But they just did that big redo on the big course. Yeah. And my dad was alive and well. And Randy Heckenkamper, who's a famous golf architect. Did that with my dad. So anyway, that's kind of the family history.
So you went to Notre Dame. Now, did you attend Notre Dame Law School as well? Or
no, I actually transferred out to University of California, Santa Barbara. Graduated in 1980. I was going to be a forest ranger, Eddie. So I started school wanting to be a school teacher and coach. I love sports. Yeah, I always played sports in high school and loved I thought being a teacher and a coach would be just the best way to go in life. But then I was an education major. And then in one class, they said, well, one thing you do as a teacher is you have to come up with a plan every morning. It sounds like a lot of work. Maybe I'll do something else. I love the outdoors. So I said and I always was camping and hiking with friends and things. So I said to myself, I'm single, of course, young kid. I was only 18 years old, 19 years old. I was young. I was 17 when I went to college. I was still 17. But so I decided to be a forest ranger and do something or work in a national park, something like that, be a ranger. And the best schools I could find, one was Utah State. And the University of California, Santa Barbara had this program, environmental studies program, where they place you right out of it. It was high quality. Because you can imagine that a school like that, even though it was undergrad, they draw the best professors from across the country because they want to live out there in that beautiful area. So you might have an undergrad teacher that would normally be only a grad level type of constructor. So it was really a great school. But what happened? Well, when it got time to graduate, and they told me that being a forest ranger means you're probably going to go out in the woods for about, a long time by yourself. And I was, like I said, 20 years old, 21. I still like dating. And I really like girls a lot, actually. And I was a really good looking guy. I'll just say it myself at that time of my life. Mm-hmm. So I said, what else can I do? Now, always loved, I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a word guy. And I love history, English, all those kinds of things. Love history of all kinds. And so I said, I'll take the LSAT. And I did, and I guess I did well enough to apply to some law schools. Which is the law
school testing.
Yes, LSAT is I don't know what the acronym is for. It's
Scholastic Aptitude Test.
It could be law school.
The law Scholastic Aptitude Test.
Yeah, interesting. So you have to take that, just like the med people have to take med school, and whatever that one is. So I took it. I guess I did well enough. Now you're going to think, well, we're really in Santa Barbara. It's up north of Santa. It's Goleta. It's not actually the little beautiful hamlet. It's a university up north of there. And I took the LSAT, and I was actually at that point in my life missing Tulsa. I'd only been gone a couple of years. 4 years. I've been gone 5 years. I missed it. I missed a good thunderstorm, even though we've had these horrible ones, and I'm sorry for anybody who was hurt by any of them. But I missed a good cloudy day. You don't have them out there.
Right.
I missed the seasons.
Yeah, the 4 seasons.
The colors. And of course, most of all, my family, because I still have my mom and dad alive. I had a brother-in-law, a sister that I loved here. Let's see. Other siblings were around the country, but mainly my mom and dad were here still. So I came back and went to law school. It's middle of August, 1980.
That's when I came down. Hot.
I remember. That's one of the only I do remember.
I lived in a trailer house. Hot.
2 important things. So it's orientation day, right? At TU Law School. Yeah. And I'm there, and I think I'm still in my California kind of clothes. I'm khaki shorts and a t-shirt and sandals. And I meet this girl named Kathy Beal. Sorry, it's been so long. Kathy Beal with a K, and she is coming from Duke University. So she's got the classic Duke preppy clothes on.
Oh, yeah.
Button blouse and the longer pants and the whole bit, So, but she was cute as a button. And then we kind of hit it off as friends. So she was in my class, in my first year class at TU Law School. And then the second year, I actually asked her out, but I didn't know she was dating somebody, but she was. So I got a no. I didn't get many no's in my life. I really didn't. I mean, I don't want to brag, but I didn't really get a lot of no's. So no, I'm not really. Obviously, I read the Bible verse this morning about being humble. That was the Catholic reading this morning. The first reading was, I'm sorry, Lord. No, but it has a point to it. Not to be bragging.
Are you proud of how humble you are?
Yeah. I try to be. We are directed by the Lord to do that. So, the point to the story, though. So that was I think in November, December of our second year. Law school's 3 years. And so I asked her in November. She said she was dating somebody. January, second semester comes. She stops me in the hall. She asked me to go to the Philharmonic with her on Thursday night. I had a terrible cough then. I don't know why I had this horrible cough. Now, you don't go to the Philharmonic and cough. No. But I did. But we hit it off the next night, and you both will love this. So we're hitting it off. Now we're dating, first date. What are we going to do the next night? Friday night on Golden Pond, the movie. Henry Fonda, we went to it. It's a great movie. And so what are we going to do Saturday night? The rodeo.
Wait a minute, 3 days?
3 days in a row, and I think that was the end of the deal. Because we were engaged by June
of that year. Sending you a message.
Yes, right. Yes, she did. She's been wonderful, and I think we'll talk about her more in her professional. But we got married our third year, and Thanksgiving weekend, 82. We're getting it right. And so we're going on 44 years of marriage, and we have had 3 children, 2 girls, back to back. I was commuting down to the Attorney General's office in 1987 as a brand new assistant attorney general. I don't want to get into politics, but it's funny how I got that job anyway. So, but it was a great job. The attorney general back then was still in the state capitol, room 112. And I commuted because we had a brand new baby girl. Kathy didn't want to move to Oklahoma City. I wanted that government job, that public lawyer job. Why? Because I'd interned in the DA's office for David Moss, and I loved it. I wanted to get back into prosecution, whatever way I could. I really didn't care. So I got the job, and I was commuting. We had another baby girl. So now we got two back to back.
Back then, posted speed was 55 miles an hour, too. So it was a long drive.
You know what? It sure was. Don't get pulled over for 62 either. You get pulled over now for doing too slow.
Yeah.
But it was 55 back then. You were so right. And it was, I would leave Tulsa in the morning around 6:15 a.m. I usually get down there around 8:15 to the office. And I usually beat most of the people that actually lived in Oklahoma City down there to the office. So what would you do at night? Well, I'd come right back. Go back down Tuesday morning. But I would rent a room. I did rent a room from a lawyer named Bill Huffman, who had an extra room in his house, $100 a month. I rented it. And then Robert Buckin was an assistant attorney general. He was TU Law School's dean for a while. But at the time, he was a brand new assistant attorney general doing all the corporation commission work, which is high level work. Very smart guy. So I rented a room the first year from Bill and the second year from Robert Buckin at the Waterford. You know where the Waterford is. He had a condo there. So I was able to rent a room from him. So I did that for a couple of years. I actually started the multi-county grand jury. Robert Henry started it, but he had me draft it.
Now,
The actual
corporation commission scandals, right?
I don't know where it came out of. All I know is that there was the multi-county grand jury act.
Yeah.
So once the act
Bill Price pushed for that, I remember.
Yeah, I think it was Bill Price. No, I knew Bill very well.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Worked on his governor's campaign.
Did you?
Yeah.
And we were pretty close because we were just in the same law enforcement, DA, AG world, U.S. attorney world that Bill lived in, and I did too, basically, at that time. In fact, I drafted the multi-county grand jury petition to call the multi-county grand jury for the first time. Excuse me. We housed it over in the Bureau of Narcotics, OBN. They were over in that old building on Lincoln. Remember that? Okay. Remember that office building on Lincoln? Now it's just dilapidated. Yeah. But back then there was a lot of state offices there, and the office of Bureau of Narcotics was there. So we actually officed there. But one day I came back to my office and there was a little message. The message was from David Moss. He said, "Are you sick of driving?
Oh, there you go.
You want to come back to Tulsa and be an assistant DA for me?"
Wow.
And I said, "Absolutely."
Yeah.
So I came back. He put me in the juvenile division. That's where I really got into one of the biggest areas I've been involved in prosecution was child abuse stuff. And because you have the deprived cases out in juvenile court. Well, what are those? Those are child abuse or neglect cases that are not criminal. They're the ones where DHS has taken the kid or kids. And the parents are going through the system. And you have to have trials. The parents have a right to a jury trial. And there's termination of parental right trials. So for me as a young prosecutor, they don't do it like that anymore. Now they have 8. We had 2 lawyers out there. Now they have 8. In the same number of cases, basically. But it was the best experience for me as a jury trial lawyer. Trying many jury trials. They're only 6-person juries. And it's a preponderance of the evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt like criminal cases are. But it was a great experience. I tried a bunch of cases. So after about a year and a half, David said, "Do you want to move downtown?" Of course, that was always where every young guy wants to go.
Well, the big lawyer.
Yes. So I did. And I was on a felony team down there with Judge Joe Jennings. He's passed away, rest in peace. And a gal named Lucy Creekmore, who was a fabulous prosecutor. She went on to be a federal prosecutor, and she's passed away, unfortunately. Rest in peace as well. But I did that for a while and got a call from the Attorney General, Robert Henry, again. Now, the backstory is when he hired me the first time, me driving back and forth for a year and a half was not really the agenda. The agenda was, come work for me now. I'm going to open a Tulsa office because I promised in the campaign that I would have a Tulsa office for the Attorney General in 1986.
That's true.
Well,
by the regional hospital there behind the Civic Center, right? That state building?
Right. Well, that's where we eventually put it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's where the Court of Civil Appeals was, and DHS was in the big building. But there's the big DHS building attached to a state Court of Civil Appeals, Attorney General, Consumer Credit, all that stuff, Consumer Protection, stuff like that. So he calls and he says, I'm going to finally open this Tulsa office. Do you want to be the guy to open it and lead it? I said, well, I drove for 2 years back and forth. I think that's a great
So you got
idea.
Henry and Moss fighting over you back and forth. It's like ping pong, isn't it?
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
It's I'm being humble. No, I don't know. No one was fighting over me. I'm going to be humble. No, but it was really a great time. I'm still very young, at that point in my career. But basically, I went from there to 3 years there. I became a special. The whole show will be my resume, which we don't want to do. But I'll quickly run through it.
Your friend Keating becomes governor,
right?
And then
I become a special judge. So I left the AG to become a special judge. While I'm a special judge, it's Thanksgiving weekend, 1995.
Tragic year.
Yeah. And I'm sitting in my kitchen Sunday evening watching the news with my wife and our 2 girls and our little boy. Now we have a little boy. And the news comes on that David Moss suffered a heart attack in his garden that afternoon. It was gone. Oh, you can't believe it, how beloved he was. And you talk about Christian. This guy, you talk about living it. I think he gave all the money he made to his church. But whatever his bare existence he needed. He was a deacon, of course, at Eastwood Baptist. Yeah. Eastwood Baptist. Oh, as salt of the earth as they came. And he was a football player at TU, so it was just a very shock. But you talk about the people that, of course, he ran opposed, unopposed many times, always won. Buddy Fallis was the big DA. He just passed away for 14 years, very famous. David worked for him. And when he retired, David became the DA. And that's the year I got to intern. That was my big 3rd year of law school. I got to be a legal intern for David Moss. That's what really turned me on to the courthouse and that kind of life. I really liked it. So what happens? So now there's an opening for DA.
Frank calls, right?
No, he didn't call me. No, what happened was Tim Harris was his first assistant. Sam Cox was a guy who was assistant DA. Tom Thornbrew of the Paul Thornbrew family was a
senator.
He was a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. His brother.
He was just a lawyer at the time. Yeah. Mike Thornbrew, his brother, was the big guy at Quick Trip. Yeah. Just retired. Oh, Bob
Thornbrew. Bob Dole guy.
Oh, yeah.
And I was a Pat Buchanan guy.
Yeah. He was Republican. I know that. Right. Yeah. So we had Sam Cox. What really was beneficial for me was I didn't jump right into it or call Frank Keating or have somebody call Frank Keating for me right off the bat. I waited till the funeral. And at that funeral for David Moss, I've never seen that much law enforcement. I've never seen that many people. And there was an altar call. It was a Baptist service. Yes, there was an altar call at the end. Yeah, I don't remember, but it was so packed. I was way in the back. I couldn't even get a seat. So, but who else? It's Thornbrew, Tim Harris, Sam Cox, me. There's my 5th person I'm missing. Chuck Richardson. Yeah, Chuck Richardson. Those 5. So we all went for it. One of the things that was good for me is that there were some local people here that were really good friends of the governor, like Ray Siegfried. And I had a guy who was really helping, he was state rep that was helping me, that was related to Ray. And I think Ray put in a good word for me with Governor Keating, but hopefully my resume meant something too. You know, I had a good resume, but you know how those things go. You got an open seat. It's a gubernatorial appointment. What are you going to do? You want to let the governor know all the good things about you. And of course, he knew he's a Catholic, so he kind of knew the LaFortune family anyway, right? And so was Ray Siegfried. I mean, that's the Catholic. Eddie, there was a time back
and the Bartletts were Catholic too.
There was a time back in the 1950s, 60s, and maybe 70s when there was a bunch of business people in Tulsa, and they called them the Catholic Mafia. They weren't mafia. They were mafia.
You know, I've always
they were all great leaders in the community, but they were all Catholic, and so they started to call them the Catholic Mafia.
I didn't know if this was something I wanted to step into, but I've had this theory for a while, or this perception for a while, that the Catholics hold the political power and the Jews have the money in Tulsa.
I don't know. We don't have the money. I know that.
Yeah, well, I know the Catholics don't, but necessarily. But anyway, that's just something, because if you think about it, you know, the wealthiest people in town tend to be Jewish, and all of the mayors and different people in political power are Catholic. Yeah. And so
see, when I was growing up, if you go back to that idea, and things have changed a lot over the years, but this is we're looking back now in the 60s and 70s. You had Mayor Hughley, Catholic. Pretty sure he was Catholic. My Uncle Bob, Robert LaFortune for sure. You had Governor Keating, Governor Dewey Bartlett. Bellman wasn't Catholic though; he was not. He was Protestant, you know. But anyway, that was just a term.
Warren, you can't leave him out of it.
But there was a time that we were all like living on the same street. Over on 30th Street. Because you had...
That's Mayor's Road.
You had the Pringles. The Pringles and Mayor Hughley and Dewey Bartlett and LaFortune, but we weren't the mayor's side yet, because my dad wasn't in politics. It was the Robert LaFortune side that was,
So how does that happen, that because you have this perception of the Protestantism of the Southwest.
Yeah, sure.
Texas, Oklahoma, you know, on West. And how did this begin with the Catholics having this much influence in this area?
You know, I don't know, Eddie.
I think it's discipline.
Yeah.
You don't be a good Catholic without discipline.
It could be, you know.
But
see, I was a boy, so I'm born in 57. Mm-hmm. And this whole Catholic Mafia thing was, it wasn't a mafia. I know. The Catholic leadership in politics and in the community in those 60s, how did that happen in the 70s? How did they all rise to those levels? Because Dewey Bartlett.
Yeah. He was the first Catholic elected to statewide office.
Right. The first Catholic.
And Mark Costello, who was also devout Catholic, you know, he talked about the prejudice in how forces on the other side said, we can't have a papist as governor.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that goes back again. A lot of those things with President Kennedy and the idea of not having a Catholic president back then. But I think I've always considered that we are a minority, so to speak, in terms of groups, religious groups, faith groups. I think it's always been a smaller group in the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma's always been a Baptist, Protestant-driven state.
Oh, Steve Bias hates when I talk about the Baptist mafia that got Langford elected.
Well, and that's how I've always just, wondered how
Baptist mafia,
in the Southwest Baptist country, Methodist at least, how Catholics have been able to have so much power in this town and influence. Not that it's a negative thing. You know, Dave and I were both great.
Well, and Mr. Warren, a big Catholic, and he's made more money in the town than anyone.
What do you think?
Great family.
His wife's Methodist.
Fantastic family,
What do you think?
There's a story there.
Yeah, I know.
What do you think drew the Catholics to Tulsa in this part of the state? I don't know about Oklahoma City, if it has that same.
It has to be oil and gas.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Because if you look at every one of those, Robert LaFortune, Mayor LaFortune in the 70s, Dewey Bartlett, governor in the 60s and 70s. Who else did we talk about?
No, they came here for business.
And then G.D. Bynum's Catholic. You know, he came the same family. But every one of those, and Hughley, My dad, all of them.
Yeah.
Every one of them were oil and gas people. Every one of them came with nothing basically, except the ones that might have inherited it. Like my dad, but my granddad didn't have it.
Yeah, it continues on because you got Kunzweiler, you got John Sullivan, for years our congressman, Catholic.
I noticed they had a Kunzweiler, it's a Catholics for Kunzweiler deal. And so I couldn't go because I'm not allowed as a judge to go to any of those. Anyway,
sure.
Any political gathering, except the office that I just was reelected to is office number 7, office number 7, 14th Judicial District, state of Oklahoma.
Which is Tulsa County.
Yeah. We run every 4 years on a nonpartisan basis. And there's like 13 of us. 11 of us did not draw an opponent. 2 people did. And the way it has always kind of worked for district judges, I think all over the state, you would know this almost better than I do, but every 4 years they have to file. And a lot of times they file on that first day of filing, which I always have, first thing in the morning, get down there in the Capitol, because we're state officers, not county. Go down there first thing, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Yeah. Open at 9, be in line to file.
All Zeriacs.
And then we come back home and get back, do our work, do our job, Wednesday afternoon, all day Thursday, and you keep checking the election board to see if you have an opponent or not. So, and what happened was, this is interesting, Eddie, you get to the very end of Friday at 5, and there's judges, I won't even say their names, there's 2 that had people file against them at 4:55. And so you could look at the state election board online and look like you don't have anybody at 5. You look at it at 6 and you do have someone.
So what caused you to then, or how did it come about for you to run for mayor?
Yeah, because that's what I want to get to. You said to Keating, no, I'm not going to run for my own term as DA. I don't think that went over well.
It did not. You may know more than I know about that.
So what led to your...
I always assumed that it did not.
Yes.
Because I love Governor Keating, I really do. And he was one of the great orators and speakers.
Yeah.
And he's also one of those guys, never forget your name. That's a great, I'm a face guy.
Yeah. And Keating is too.
Always have a name.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie Huff was famous, so I knew when I saw him at that breakfast that morning. I mean, I looked down, my gosh, that's Eddie Huff.
Eddie. Yeah.
Even though we
the
never
very
met.
White wannabe.
I seen you on the news and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So, but then what led you to end up running for mayor?
Great question. Okay. So when I left the DA's job, the lure, L-U-R-E, was Charles Norman. Charles Norman was a partner at Norman Wogemuth, and Charles was the zoning lawyer czar or king. Anybody that needed a zoning, a big one, like a Walgreens at 31st and Harvard, or Lowe's at 15th and Yale, they hired Charles Norman.
Is that same Wogemuth law?
Yes, Norman Wogemuth. Chandler Dowdell was the name of it at the time.
Dowdell went on to be federal judge, right?
Yes, he did, John Dowdell. And so, I always had observed him from afar, thinking, what a great gig that would be, to be the go-to zoning lawyer. There's only 2 or 3 of them. There was him, a guy named Roy Johnson, and maybe a few others. Eller and Dietrich law firm. But they said, come be a partner. You can take over Charles' business because he's older and is going to start retiring. And I thought, I'm 40 or whatever it was, mid-40s maybe. That's a great offer. I'm DA. I've won my cases. I think I've done a good job. I'm not being humble. I think I have. So why not? For my family and finances and all that. So I became a partner in Norman Wogemuth. And for the next 4 years, I litigated and did zoning. When I first saw Charles gave me my first zoning packet, I'd been the DA. Death penalty cases. I got a verdict for 32,000 years on a rapist, personally prosecuted. I personally prosecuted, and I'm not bragging. These are historical things. I did the only dual jury death penalty case ever. So I feel like I'd done some good things. I can go do something different, make some more money from the family. And I did for 4 years.
Judges didn't get rich just off the bench, did they?
Oh, gosh.
Not district court judges.
No, I don't really know of any that are wealthy if they didn't get it through their family. And I see we have a judicial conference, in the summer. Every summer we all gather in Oklahoma City, all the district judges.
Yeah.
You see all the district judges from all the little counties. And the cars are driving and the clothes are wearing, and they're not making tons of money. We don't do that.
Did you do 4 or 8 years?
We can't hear you, Eddie.
Oh, sorry. Did you do 4 or 8 years?
As mayor?
Mayor.
Okay, so I did 4 years in Orem-Wilgamuth. What happened was Susan Savage had been mayor for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
For 10 years. She announced one day, a year out of the end of her term, that she was going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's an open seat with a year to go. Well, what happens? Every Republican that wanted to be mayor throws their hat in the ring, and included Terry Simonson, Pastor Carlton Pearson.
Because Terry had last minute ran against her for a reelection.
Right. So Terry really, I can't speak for Terry, but if I was in his shoes, I'd probably feel like I would have been, because he ran against her that 4 years before that and almost won. Mm-hmm. So I think that when she announced she wasn't going to run again, I think Terry and maybe the Republican base all thought that would be the way to go. And so Terry, I think, had a press conference, out on the plaza that day. But I was over being a lawyer, and people are going, "Hey, man, maybe you should do that. Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should do that." And then I had the Tulsa World calling me. "We've heard you might run for mayor."
Oh, man.
That's the way it was back then. And it really is not like that, quite frankly, anymore with the media. I don't think we don't have that coverage that we used to have. They had 2 City Hall reporters when I was mayor, full time, all day. Think about that. 2 City Hall reporters all day. Well, got to come up with stories.
Yep.
And we got a mayor that we like the old one. We don't know about this one. Anyway, we'll see.
Now this is the future.
So I was only 4. So I got elected in 2002. I had a 9 or more person primary. And I ran against a guy named Gary Watts, a wonderful man. He really is. He is a longtime city commissioner and is a longtime school teacher and administrator in Sand Springs Schools. Just a real solid-the-earth guy. But people were ready for a change. When I ran for mayor, they were ready. They were ready for another change. And as good a guy as he was, I'm not bragging at all. What is the public record? I won the primary with more than 60% over these other guys. Same thing with the general. I come in the office, though, and we've got this budget thing. Now, you hear every mayor complain about the budget. Every mayor. No mayor. And I'll say this to anyone. I guess I am right now. No mayor inherited the budget issue I had. We had, they were already fighting over $6 million cuts, which is nothing. That was the pools for kids. Do you remember when I first came in, Eddie? I don't know if you were here.
What year was that?
The prior mayor wanted to shut down, not her, but her administrator, wanted to shut down North Side pools. That was the way they were going to save the $6 million. So I inherit this thing. I also inherited the black officers lawsuit. It was on my desk the day I started. And I had 3 days to either settle it or not. We could have many podcast sessions here to talk about individual issues like that came up that were handfuls. But one of the big initiatives then was the Vision 2025. It wasn't liked by a lot of conservatives, but I really felt like it was something Tulsa needed, and I think it's been shown that it did, has. It's been very successful. And I know that there are a lot of Tulsans that don't appreciate any kind of a tax increase, and I'm certainly not one that likes it either. But at that point in time, in 2002 and 2003, we were getting left behind.
Well, let me ask you a question about that.
Sure.
Did you envision the vision tax being perpetual? See, that's my issue. For example, when we first came to Tulsa, I think I can't remember whether you were, what year did you go? Who was mayor? Let's just put it this way, 92, 93, that area.
Dewey?
No. Dewey came much later.
Was she still there? Was she?
I think she must
Roger
have been.
Randall.
Yeah, Randall was just leaving.
And then
chief of staff, Mary
was Susan Savage.
Yeah.
So, so it could have been either Randall when you got here, or it should have been. You might have been here for the whole term, her whole 10 years.
Oh yeah, I think I recall. But
that was a crazy
anyway, we had
election
the whirlpool. We had the whirlpool.
Down, the 2 or 3 that went down.
We had the whirlpool, half a penny sales tax for Whirlpool, and I still remember. I think that was probably 93 or 94. Right. Anyway, and I remember they ended it, I think, 4 months early and gave people money back.
Beautiful thing.
It was. And so after that, we came up with the vision. Yeah. Right.
Well, wait, there was something before that. So let's talk about this, Eddie. It's a good point because it could have been before. No. Do you remember the votes that the city had for an arena?
Yeah.
With Susan, that 2 of them that failed.
The Olympic pool?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what happened was the county was watching the city. The county needed improvements. Mm-hmm. I know the person that came up with that vision for to fix the county.
Yeah.
For to fix.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Right.
Because it was the first time they put 4 propositions, so you could vote one. Now they're doing it.
You're talking brilliant. I'm frustrated.
Well, yeah. Now everyone's doing it.
See, that's
right. Now everyone's breaking that bread. And we did that with 2025.
Right. That's what I was trying to get at. The fact that you had a specific purpose, a time frame, and it ends here.
Yes.
Like the Whirlpool tax. I think, I don't know if you remember, but we had that, and it ended. It was so well thought out or whatever that they ended up with extra money and gave it back, and they ended it early. The problem with the vision 2025 and 30 and probably 50 and 2100, but is that it just seems to be perpetual. Every time it comes up short, we're going to do a new one, and then they say, "Oh, it's not about raising taxes. We're just going to keep it the same." Well, that wasn't the initial.
Yeah. See, Jim Inhofe always bragged about that. His third penny ended 6 months early, 60 million ahead of budget. And then, the next guy, well, we can't get into politics here.
Right. No. My question is, at the time that a leader like myself is promoting something that he believes is good for the community, even though it's going to cost us something, the old idea about you got to invest in yourself and all that. No, in my mind, I never would think, oh, yeah, they're going to keep this going for the next 30 or 40 years. No, it was 13 years. If I'm not mistaken, that was it. 13 years, period. Now, we didn't know over 13 years whether there'd be a surplus or no surplus. We figured there might be, and there was.
But you're talking about the county.
Yeah. It's
so you're
county
not the driver.
No. They needed somebody like me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be humble.
Yeah.
But at the time, I couldn't do it today.
Yeah,
but people, I was popular. It's like any popular politician.
Everywhere except where Michael Del Giorno happened to be. Yeah. You and him used to have legend. But hey, I do want to say this.
You're in good company.
Yeah.
You're leaving out something here. Base had been hit hard.
Right.
Which hits Tulsa's economy. So yet we were not in the best economic shape as a community.
Yeah, we cut that year. We cut 15 million, the 6, and then another 15 the next year, and another 15 the next year.
Cuts.
So one of the big issues right off the bat was how you lay people off, or are you going to furlough? You got to do one or the other. Either furlough them or lay them off.
Right. But Williams Communication went under.
Yeah.
During that time,
and then Sitco left.
Yeah.
We'll tell all of that.
Yeah.
But so anyway, my main point is the fact that your vision plan was a good plan. It has specific purpose and end to it, and it ended. However, those that followed decided, well, we're just. I mean, it becomes a perpetual.
Vision Tulsa. Mm-hmm. Vision Tulsa, not Vision 20. You know what I'm saying? They gave it's still the Vision label,
right?
But what happened too was you had the city versus after my time. This is all after me,
right?
I watched it from afar, but you had this city county tug. Yeah. It started back with 4 to fix, and the city couldn't pass their stuff, so they passed their thing, and then we passed this thing. They passed another 4 to fix after we did 2025. Then the city, I think Mayor Bynum, I'm pretty sure, and whatever mayor it was, said, wait a second. We want that penny back or that half penny back. So that's what they did. They went and took back some of that whatever that half, third, quarter penny is. So the city took it back from the county.
Yeah.
But you're right. 2025 was a county tax.
Yeah.
And run by the county commissioners.
And the suburbs got rec centers out of it largely.
Basically, the whole idea of it really at the time was everybody got on board because every city, Bixby, Broken Arrow, Jinx, they all needed something they couldn't get through their own taxing system.
Yeah.
Or whatever system they had. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, every one of them got a different thing. But, you got that indigent clinic, the one right on 41st, mm-hmm. that was built. OSU, the Helmerich Engineering Building, TCC got a brand new building. The private universities weren't very happy with me, though. Because I said, we can't give you guys any public money. But anyway.
Right. No. Hey, I want to pivot a little bit to the criminal justice thing. You talk about these judges conferences you have annually. I've studied a little bit the volumes of ethics you guys have to live by. And my friend Al Gerhardt, Sooner Tea Party, helping him with his own lawsuit doing pro se. He got his second judge now removed from his case. Thank God for AI. It levels the field. Those of us who can't afford a lawyer.
it's a brave new world. It really is.
It really
for all
is.
Of us and AI.
But yeah, there's that process. One of the things I want to ask you today, you're at least somewhat familiar with the political book called Rules for Radicals. About,
Tell me what it says.
The concept of flooding the system as a way of bringing chaos in order to bring change. And I'm just wondering how that might impact the criminal justice process to where it's really hard for cops, for instance, to do their job. And I would think courts, prosecutors as well. And I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that. I'm totally going blind here.
No, I've got some real thoughts on it. There is certainly a trend that I've observed of a real lack of respect, disrespect, certainly for law enforcement. Mm-hmm. I'm very proud of our Tulsa Police Department, and I can say that. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. Both sides, the defense bar in Tulsa County and the prosecution side in Tulsa County, again, I'm not bragging, but they know I'm fair. They know I'm going to listen to both sides, and I'm going to make the best decision I can. So I don't get a lot of recusal motions, and I don't get a lot of trying to get thrown off cases. But to your point, There's certainly are frustrations. You mentioned pro se. So I'm a civil judge now. I still do criminal cases. I tried that death penalty case where that police officer was murdered a couple of years ago. We're still waiting for the appellate decision, but I handled that case even though I was a civil judge. The criminal judge came to me and said, "Would you do this?" Because I knew I had the experience to do it. But we had some glitches that happened. Every death penalty trial. I mean, I lost 2 jurors at the very end. I lost the lawyer at the end, after 3 weeks of trial. The one lawyer went south on me, defense lawyer, and then the 2 jurors went south on the last 2 days.
Kevin Adams.
Yes, Kevin Adams.
Good friend of us. He's been in the show.
Well, the lawyer that went south attacked Kevin.
Yeah.
It's all public record.
Yeah.
So I came in on a Monday morning ready to do whatever we were going to do that day. And I get all these motions on the table from this other lawyer that are anti-Kevin. Well, I read them all. Of course, this delays the trial. I've got to go deal with it now. So we went out for the whole morning and I heard all these motions. And I basically, his attack on Kevin was something like, well, Kevin's not doing enough voir dire of the jury, questioning the jury. Well, that would be, I know he has, and also he had a defendant that wanted to fight guilt. So in a death penalty case, it's usually slam dunk, the guilt portion. The second portion is the death penalty portion, mitigation, mental health issues.
Can I insert here?
Yes.
He was doing this as a fill-in for public defender. His budget was set.
Right.
And he was losing money on this big time.
Well, it's on the record. I'll say exactly what I said on the record. because the case hadn't come back and I might still have it. But I said, as far as what I thought that morning, that Kevin had done a fine job. He had a client that wanted to fight guilt, so he had to do that. He wanted a self-defense or a manslaughter. It's all public record. So Kevin you have to go with what your client wants. If your client wants to fight guilt, you can't concede guilt as a lawyer for a client. If the client hadn't told you can do it, how would you like that? Oh, I just found out my lawyer just told me I'm guilty, or told the DA I'm guilty. But I basically said, I think Kevin's done a fine job. And the reason he didn't ask a lot of questions on voir dire is I spent a whole week asking him questions about voir dire as a judge. And then Steve Kunzweiler asked him for a week. How many more questions did Kevin have to ask him? He did talk to each one of them. So he did touch base with each one. But I took over from him. I got rid of the other lawyer. I said, listen, you're go home. Yeah. And I said, I'm going to make a record right now, though, as far as the court's concerned, because that's a big legal issue on appeal, is ineffective assistance of counsel. And you never know how the appellate court might deal with it, or one way or the other. I don't know now, as I sit here, how they'll deal with it. I said, I thought Kevin did a great job. Was doing a fine job with what he had to deal with. Had a videotape of a officer being shot. Yeah. 2 officers.
And Kevin did bring up some very important points. Mm-hmm. Hey,
one of his big fights was the money. It was, and that's a justifiable issue.
And I think he got reforms on that eventually.
He might have. I didn't. We've talked track it, but you tell a lawyer to try any kind of case, a normal criminal case. A decent lawyer is going to charge $15,000 to $25,000 at least, and should. Jury trials are a lot of work for a lawyer. So, and that's where it is.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Eddie, turn your mic on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Going nationally, there are so many cases now that are in the D.C. circuit. Mm-hmm. And it's a very liberal court in the D.C. circuit.
And jury pool.
So, that too. But how do you fight that? I mean, how does this president and others coming in, or anybody in that area, and now with the Virginia thing, they're trying to turn the Virginia into this Democrat haven or whatever. So how can you get fair jurisprudence in a case like that when it's so heavily stacked for one party? And we've got a situation now where it's almost impossible for even a judge to be impartial, to not have a political leaning or whatever, So what is your view? Because I'm sure you see this.
Oh, absolutely.
And how does that affect you? What do you think when you see some of this?
Well, of course, I think the appellate mechanism is all you can say to people. For example, in my cases, most of the time I'm on the record. So there's always going to be a record that people can read and look at later of what I said and what happened in that courtroom. But the appellate courts, for me as a civil judge, they're going to grade my homework. And you're right. Judges are people. They still, like I said, to be known to be a fair judge is probably the greatest compliment, because that means you've put aside your personal biases and you're listening only to, we tell these jurors, we hammer and hammer them. You can't make a decision on anything outside this courtroom. Your decision has to be based only on the law and the evidence and what you hear and see in this courtroom. You can't go research it. You can't go look at anything. You can't do anything. You're only here. And if you violate it, you're going to be in trouble with me. Tell your wife or your husband. That's the way it goes. Blame me. You can't talk about the case, and you can't talk about it till you reach the decision. So I think the appellate mechanism, so you have federal, which is what you're talking about. And the only way I can see it, just from an observer from afar, I'm not part of the federal system. I've never been a federal judge or a federal prosecutor. But the only way looking at it is, you got to go to the next level. Got to go and
change a venue. Tim McVeigh was able to do that.
Well, you could try that. But, you might get shifted over from DC court to Boston.
Yeah, that's true.
Which brings up
without getting political.
Yeah, which brings up another issue. Have you considered, or do you consider at all, going beyond where you are now as a judge? Either state Supreme Court or federal, going to a federal system, or are you just happy being where you are?
I'm very happy where I am. So
you don't want to drive the turnpike anymore.
I started. That's a really good point. Do I want to move to Oklahoma City right now?
Yeah.
I'm 68 years old. My wife's, we're both happy and healthy, and we got this new grandbaby. We hope to get him out of California and back here closer to us, as soon as we can. It's about to break me traveling out there back and forth. I promise. I started looking at my credit card. Oh my gosh, what have I've been doing going out to see that grandbaby? But I've had the opportunity for sure to apply for a federal judgeship since. Okay, so I got in 2015.
Yeah,
there's been at least with McGirt, federal court. There's been several federal judge openings, magistrate openings.
Yeah,
but if you remember, President Trump, and maybe I'm wrong on this, you guys will know more about it than I will. My understanding, when I would have been late 50s in his first term. So he was there from 2016, 2020. Okay. So I was a judge all 4 years, and he was appointing federal judges in Tulsa. But the word was that he wanted people that were 50 or younger for his legacy. I mean, I don't blame him. It's his choice.
But they're having to shift.
So I just thought to myself, I'm not going to go fill out this stack of paperwork and all that. And I like doing what I'm doing. So I didn't apply for that. Same thing with the state Supreme Court. I could have applied for the Court of Crims. I could have applied for the state Supreme Court. The people that actually got those jobs were people I hired as assistant DA when I was DA. Dana Keene.
Yeah.
Judge Mustman.
I know Joy Pittman. Wow.
Joy Pittman.
Thorpe now.
Well, she was the Republican Party chair when I was mayor.
Yep.
And that's how I got to know Joy.
That's when I knew her.
And Joy, it was a tough times for the base back then.
And she worked for Tim at that time.
Yeah. She was just, I really always loved
Tim
her.
Harris. I got to bring this up. The first time I met this lady, she was, I think, coaching little dribblers basketball. Your wife, Kathy.
Well, she might have been there. I was probably the one coaching it.
Okay. I don't know. But, when mental health hits someone you love, serious mental illness, you all of a sudden take notice of some things.
Sure.
And then you start seeing things. And I eventually went through a class NAMI put on that just changed my world, empowered me. Then they trained me to teach it. And then I started teaching law enforcement and doing it. In the President NAMI, well, I start finding out more about this Kathy LaFortune. Not only is she a law school grad like you,
right,
but she went and got another graduate degree as a psychologist.
Yes.
She teaches law now, but I think I can't imagine a better resource for you on the bench than someone like her, because you've handled some of the toughest mental illness, psychosis, the quote, insanity defense. I'd like to hear a little bit about, because there's a lot of stuff in Hollywood. There's a lot of grumbling about this, that, and there's not a lot of clarity that guides you. The famous Matthew Stick. Right. That was one you handled. Boy was so psychotic, and he killed his mother. Thought he was saving her soul. Dad, who's a good friend of mine, a school teacher and a pastor, is advocating for this boy. And you guide him through. Do you want to talk at all about that process you went through as presiding judge?
Well, it's really interesting, that case, because typically if a defendant wants to raise a not guilty by reason of insanity, they call it NGRI. If they want to raise that defense, it's going to be contested. It's going to be litigated. The state, the prosecution's not, oh yeah, sure. You can just go.
Even Steve Kunzweiler, who's lived it.
Exactly. Way before that happened with his situation. Right. So this was unusual in that, and it made it somewhat easier for me, to be honest, than had it been litigated. I still think it would have been the same result. And the state knew that. A young lady named Julie Doss, who's now a special judge, was the prosecutor. Julie Doss. You ring a bell? A real short lady. Yeah. And she was a really good prosecutor. She did a lot of murder cases in my court with me. But on that murder case, they had a forensic psychologist, not my wife, someone else, for the state, and one for Stick, Mr. Stick. they both came to the same conclusion. Not guilty by reason of insanity. So we still had to have the hearing. The evidence had to be put in the evidence. I had to make the finding that he went off to Eastern State, and he's done really well. He's back in the community. Huh?
I've got a book he illustrated. Incredible. But here's the thing. Because somebody gets adjudicated that way, like what happened to Matthew, doesn't mean he's scot-free.
No.
That's the important thing, because you and Kunzweiler, the prosecutor in this, still had a lot of leverage.
Oh, no. The judge still retains leverage over placement.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is the doctors at Eastern State will send reports into the judge. And so I would get a report on Matthew Stick every so often. And after about a year, you'll probably remember this. After about a year, they sent me a report saying we are recommending that we move him.
Fort Supply.
Yes, Fort Supply. And
more of an outpatient, kind of like minimum security kind of thing.
But the state objected.
Steve, yeah.
and Kevin Keller, who's now was his assistant DA, who's now a judge, was the prosecutor, and then Laura Howard, who's now the Tulsa County public defender, was the defense attorney.
Yeah.
And boy, they got after it. We had a hearing one afternoon, on and on. So what did I do? Solomon, I think I split the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy said he could go just so many weekends. I think that's what I did.
Yes.
Instead of just moving him there from Eastern State to Fort Supply, let's let him go week on, maybe week off, something like that, or weekends.
Which is a risk on your part.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, there. As I sit here, none of us know anything. Only God knows what's going to happen in the next minute or year to anyone. I have a very strong feeling that he's fine. And there is no danger.
But there's still accountability and always will be. That's the important thing.
No,
because
they don't just go off back in the community. They go to Eastern State and they're locked down and secure until the judge says they can do anything different.
Yeah, because we know the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan, Hinckley. Hinckley's whole life, he was accountable to a judge. I think still is. Even though he's living on the outside now.
Right. It's a
and there
unique,
needs to be.
Yeah, that's a very unique legal process.
Okay.
The not guilty by reason of insanity.
But you, as somebody who, I'll label you as a conservative, you're not going to just be, bleeding heart liberal, just, give him another chance, give him another chance.
No, I think my reputation is as a fair but tough
You're right.
judge.
And you've got to protect the community.
Some defense lawyer told me one day, they said, hey, I said, what do people say about me? This is after I've been doing it, criminal, 3 or 4 years, nothing but murder and mayhem. And they said, well, you're a great judge. You're very fair. But if it's a close call, it may go to the state.
Yeah.
So I was like, was that what they're saying, huh?
Now, I've sat in several mental health hearings, which are civil hearings.
Sure.
When somebody needs to be
mental health commitment.
And Judge Pace, I mean, wow.
You like her?
Man, they don't make them like her.
Oh, that's great to hear that.
And
she's a special judge.
Right.
We have 13
judge.
district elected and 13 hired judges. And they're the ones that are really in the trenches.
Yeah, they got the
protective orders. Yeah. Mental health hearings.
Yeah.
So who hires them?
We do.
Yeah.
Okay. So the appointed judges hire
them, and they're called special judges.
Or, the elected ones hire the appointed ones, right?
Yeah, their jurisdiction is limited. They can only do certain things. They can't do felony jury trials.
Yeah.
They can't do civil cases over $10,000, things like that.
And the beautiful thing for the citizens is if those special judges or hired judges screw up, you guys could fire them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there have been those.
And that needs to,
that's really, it's very difficult because they are judge. We've made them a judge. And what does it take for them to do something or perform poorly enough to be removed? It only happens a couple times. Generally you can, but it's always been with the districts. Get into all that.
Now, in
let
this
people go, and maybe we'll move them from protective orders over to divorce.
Yeah. I was talking to one of the top judges over there in Creek County. I forget his name now, but we were in the elevator after a hearing, and I said, by the way, who handles mental health in your county? And he says, I do.
Yeah.
And because some of the smaller counties, they
Right.
got to handle the whole thing.
Yeah.
When you've got
Yes.
a mental health court or a drug court, now you've got a special path to which you have additional tools and judges and prosecutors and people who are specialized in getting that person the real intervention and help they need.
Right.
Not just, a jail cell.
Oh, absolutely. No, you mentioned Sheriff Regalado.
Yeah.
I've always been so impressed with him. He was just coming off of the Tulsa Police Department when I started on the bench. He was actually a witness in one of my murder cases at the very beginning. Then he ran for sheriff, got elected. I think he's just done a fabulous job.
Yeah.
But his emphasis and his willingness to stand up, and never back down on the issue of mental health and what we're doing or not doing in this state.
I got to tell you, I ran a debate of those 10 candidates, one Democrat
really?
on mental health. NAMI sponsored it, and I was moderator. And it was Super Bowl Sunday. He says it was the longest 2 hours. And then he gets in, and shortly after, they have the Elliott Williams civil case.
Right.
Where $10 million damages because it was a heinous death at the hands of, or the ineptness of the previous sheriff's staff. And what I saw with Michelle Robinette, I mean, that haunted her, I think, to this day. And to build a mental health pod and then reach out to NAMI and say, let's get mental health training for these detention officers, because it's at their hands that Elliott Williams died.
Oh, absolutely.
Not the field deputies, So
there's a different category. These detention officers are not deputies.
Most of them are maybe high school grad, GED, and
they have the brown uniform, but they're not official law enforcement officers.
Regalado says they average 5 months on staff. So the turnover is so high. And he says, I don't have a dime for training them on mental health. So I said, Vic, would you let us do it for free? And he said, you do it for free? I said, NAMI, we all have family members who likely will end up in your jail, and we don't want them dead.
Good for you.
So it was a great partnership.
Back to that question about my wife and what she's helped me with. Certainly, I mentioned those death penalty cases, the dual jury ones I did in 1997, 1998. Mitigation on the other side. There was actually one expert on one of the 4 defendants had said that the defendant had an IQ of 70, which is mitigation. It's very low. We don't want to be executing people with 70 IQs.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people don't want to execute people at all. I understand. But that is the law. And so as a prosecutor, I was trying to enforce the law. And this was a young man that was beaten to death with a baseball bat, a quick trip clerk. A fellow clerk came in about 1 a.m. So I called it the Trojan horse theory. Because if a friend comes in at 1 a.m, you're working, and your friend comes in, you say, hey, how you doing? You don't know your friend has 3 guys with him that are getting ready to beat you to death and rob the store.
Wow.
So that was the case. But Kathy had actually looked at all these reports at the house, in our house. I'm working on it, not the kitchen table, every night. Trial lawyers have to be in court all day. And then they got to go home or to their hotel room, wherever they are, and work all night to get ready for the next day.
Yeah.
It is really difficult work. So I am
trying to fix what they screwed up previously.
Yeah. See, I always tell the jurors, I always warn them, I know you all are business people and you believe in business plans, and we've done everything to plan everything. But jury trials, issues come up, and you may have to wait out there for 2 hours in the morning while I'm dealing with a legal issue that came up. It was never predictable, but has to be dealt with. And if I don't do my job, you're wasting your time here. You have your job to be the fact finders. I'm the legal finder, decider. And that's how we get to the end game. But she looked at those reports and she said, she miscalculated this. She didn't do the numbers right. He really has like 110, 120.
IQ. Okay.
It's not low.
Okay.
So she told me all about it. And she's not pro death penalty. She was just seeing what I was working on, looked at the stuff. So she said she didn't score it right. And I said, well, how should she have done it? So she showed me. Mm-hmm. So what do you think I did?
Yeah.
In trial, on cross-examination. I walked the expert through the fact that she'd done it wrong.
That's getting close to being defense counsel.
Her?
No, for you.
No.
Okay. How do you do this as a judge?
Oh, no, I'm talking about this was me as DA.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this was back when I was trying as the DA, the dual jury death penalty trials.
Okay.
Now, as far as she's doing forensic competency evaluations now. In fact, she had been at women recovery, and she is now home working out of the house, but busier than she's ever been. I'm really proud of her. She's, if you do that kind of homework, I have to be in an office. I can do work at home, and I do. I read at night. Every night I read. In the mornings I read before I go. I have to read all these briefs. Oh, that's all civil. It's just reading briefs and trying cases. But really, two quick things. Yes, she helps me all the time, and we have a great overlap of issues. There's so much mental health, even in civil court, with the pro se. A lot of the pro ses, a lot of the people that are represented by lawyers are have mental issues, and they're driving the case. So she's an unbelievable resource for me to have in terms of those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, so
Eddie, Mike,
where do you see
your microphone, Eddie? There you go.
Hey, let me finish one thing though.
Oh, okay.
I didn't apply also. It wasn't just because of Trump or Governor Stitt didn't want anybody, over 50 or things like that. I love being a trial judge.
Yeah.
I think you guys can tell I'm a people person. I love people. And so I get to see people.
A few years ago, I got to say this.
Okay.
Much, Bill. A few years ago, you were at the Republican Men's Club. I think Glasgow was there with you and several other judges. And I mean, you're an extrovert. You are not shy, and I think that's an asset that helps with the public trust. You're not afraid to engage people. I think that's essential. There's a lot, and a lot of people who aren't that way.
It's interesting. I had a dad that was that way.
Yeah.
He talked to anybody in the store. Yeah. Never, what's the old line? You never met a stranger.
My kids hate that because Dad, come on, we got to go.
Oh, my kids hate it.
After church on Sunday.
My adult kids hate it, and my wife hates it. So come on, Bill. Come on, Bill. No, you can't say that to them. You can't just talk to them. Yeah, I can.
Sure.
Where do you see us headed in the whole realm of legal issues? As I said earlier, it's getting harder and harder to find unbiased juries, which are influenced by the media, of course, and now unbiased jurists from judge down, whether they're lawyers, defense, or prosecutors. What's the old thing? The president on the State of the Union, I want to report on the State of the Union, and the State of the Union is good,
right?
Or whatever, Right. What would you assess the state of the legal system in America today?
Well, first of all, I think the legal system is the only thing that separates us from dictators and theocracies like we're seeing in Iran and things like that. Mm-hmm. And I tell my jurors that. I say, you hear a lot about that judges are maybe influenced by people above them or not, or with each other. You guys hear all these conspiracy theories. And I say, I've been in this business for 15 or whatever, 13 years, whatever it's been, plus before that. And I've never had anybody from above me or beside me tell me what to do in a case. And they love to hear that. And as far as the juries, I think we're very blessed in Tulsa to have a really fair jury pool. These people don't mess around. They come in, and once they get sworn in and they hear the case, they get real serious.
Good.
Real serious.
That's the civic-minded people, isn't it?
Absolutely. Because here's the interesting fact. We send out about, my understanding is, 800 jury summons each jury week. Now, we don't have it every week, but we have 16 weeks a year, whatever it is, or more.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many people show up? Around 250. So I also praise them and tell them, you're the good ones. You're the ones that cared enough to come down here.
Good.
Because without you all, we don't have a trial system. We don't have a jury system.
Yeah.
We don't have a legal system.
Yeah.
And where are we as a country at that point? Because look at Russia. Look at Iran. They hang them in the streets. Yeah. And they have so-called jury. So-called hearing.
Yeah, but it's efficient. There's nothing more efficient than a monarchy, right?
I guess. All I know is that I really have a really strong belief that the system is good. It's probably under attack more than it ever has been. By some may have good intentions and some may not.
I want to ask about a headline I saw 2 months ago.
Okay.
The Baker McKenzie law firm Chicago must be big.
It is big.
Because they just announced laying off up to 1,000 staff, 1,000, and replace them with AI. So I assume it's legal research department. Yeah. How is AI changing the criminal justice system?
Well, the legal system in general. So you have briefs, like you said, your pro se friend, and AI has helped him to do the briefs.
Oh,
big time.
He's running circles around, except in
Tell
front
him
of the
to
bench.
check the citations, though, because what we're finding is they have citations.
That's exactly
and
it.
when I go say, okay, I want to go read Smith v. Jones, Pacific Reporter, 1988. I want to go read that case, and I go to it. It's not even on the same subject.
Yeah.
Well, it was in that brief.
Yeah.
So you got to tell your friend to be careful about that, because so we're all struggling right now about how to deal with it and this and that. But the Oklahoma Supreme Court just put out an order saying, don't worry about it too much.
Yeah.
We're like, we were worrying about it. Now you're not to worry about it.
Well,
but I think as far as job losses, your question.
Yeah.
Yes, Baker McKenzie is one of the top 5 global law firms.
Yeah.
What is AI going to do? I've got a son who's an associate with DLA Piper in San Diego.
Yeah.
Just like Baker McKenzie. It's the same kind of deal. Global.
Yeah.
Thousands of lawyers. And the big, they call it the big law. Mm-hmm. Big law firms. Mm-hmm. What is AI going to do? It's going to hurt some people.
Yeah.
Paralegals.
Yeah. With the white collar jobs.
So I had a dog bite trial a couple of weeks ago. And it was actually Jeff Martin, the heavy hitter, was the lawyer, but he came to all the hearings, but he didn't come to the trial. But anyway, he sent a lawyer from Phoenix, and a young lady, and she was really good. Mm-hmm. She's a personal injury lawyer. Mm-hmm. And I looked her up, and she's in a big law firm in Phoenix. And she's just won tons of cases. And she's as good as she can get. Now, I asked her during a break about AI, what she thought. And she said she thinks the first and second year associates may go too, and that'd be part of the 1,000 people you're talking about with Baker McKenzie.
Yeah,
people are going to lose jobs, but what I've heard with a lot of the pundits and the talking heads and that know what they're talking about. Okay, there may be losses in certain areas, but there's new jobs, maybe for the same people in other areas. That's what some people are saying.
I know. My daughter's going back to school study to be paralegal, and I'm like, is it going to exist? She used to work for Steve. His office, just front desk stuff. But yeah.
I probably know her then.
Yeah. Well, she was just there a short time.
Short time.
Yeah. Her husband, my son-in-law, was actually in one of the McGirt retrials that, remember, Judge Mussman came from Oregon. And I did research on him. He's the one that did the FISA approval on the Trump Russia thing.
Wow.
And like, holy smoke. So it's
here in Tulsa.
And they would send in judges, almost like circus writers, judges, because of the backlog of McGirt. And that's why I'm wondering, why haven't they put you to work on the federal bench?
They do some temporary appointments for special prosecutors, Some of the DAs will get appointed temporary U.S. attorneys to handle certain cases, but they've never come to the judges and say, hey, we can appoint you as a temporary federal judge to handle this overload, because the McGirt has caused so much trouble in the federal level because of the caseload. Mm-hmm. They were not trying any criminal cases before McGirt happened. Okay. Those federal judges over there, and they could try civil cases, big ones.
Do you remember?
I don't think you can even get to a civil trial
Let me
anymore
ask you this.
because it's so backed up on criminal cases.
I was talking to Rick Brinkley. He's a lobbyist now at the Capitol, by the way. And, he embezzled $1.8 million that he admitted to. Yeah. The interesting thing is his attorneys ran to federal court, went over to Paige Belcher, and got him charged in federal court with that embezzlement. Now, you and I you came back to tell us about the time I came here. When I registered to vote, it was Harmon Moore was the election board secretary down there in Denver. He later in the 80s got convicted in state court of embezzling. I think it was like $12,000. 7 years. Rick Brinkley only served less than 3 years at El Reno. And it's that inequity between the state sentencing guidelines and federal. And I asked Rick about this because I said, Rick, I am talking about you. And it's the McGirt thing comes down to that 14th Amendment, equal protection of rights. And if different Oklahomans are subject to different rules and different penalties, how is that not a 14th Amendment violation?
I hope they've raised that in the briefing. I bet they have.
You're being careful what you say. You're being careful what you say.
No, I just don't know enough to debate it.
Yeah.
What would you like to tell the people of Tulsa in closing here about the state of the legal system and our county, city, and state? I mean, what would you like to say? And if you can face them or you can talk to us.
Well, hello, Tulsa County citizens. All right. No, I think I have full confidence in our legal system, the state, and the federals, but I don't know enough about the federal. I know the state inside out, from top to bottom. They're great judges. Yes, some at the higher levels have been appointed by different governors and different parties, and they may have different leanings up at the highest level. The trial level, they're all elected. We're all elected by the people. And if you're not doing your job, I know it for a fact. If you're not doing your job as a district judge, the lawyers start talking. Mm-hmm. And when the lawyers start talking that you're not doing your job, what does that mean? It doesn't mean you're giving them favored rulings. It means you are working. You're reading your briefs. You're coming to your hearings ready and prepared to be a judge and listen to the evidence and the arguments and make a good ruling. That's what they want. Mm-hmm. As long as you're doing that, you're fine. When you stop doing that, so my point is, there is an inherent, if not implied, if not express, mechanism to get rid of bad district judges. Mm-hmm. There really is. And I can point to a few. I wouldn't want to say their names in the last 10 years, 15 years. They were taken out for that reason. And when somebody else said, he made a bad ruling in a case. No, later you find out he wasn't working. He wasn't doing his job.
It's a lot of reading, a lot of late nights.
Yeah. I love the job. Criminal, I loved. Criminal was more of a grind every day. Mm-hmm. Civil, you can manage your life a little better. You set your hearings. You set your days. Yeah. I want to go see the grandbaby for a few days. I'll go see the grandbaby. Mm-hmm. Criminal was not, I didn't have that kind of luxury.
Yeah, once the jury's impaneled.
Well, it's the day-to-day grind. Yeah. You've got guys every day that need to come over from the jail. They have applications. They violated their probation, not just new cases. Mm-hmm. A lot of old cases where they violated the probation. Now there's applications to revoke the probation or accelerated deferred sentence. You know that.
Yeah.
So I had 120 cases every Monday morning to call as a criminal judge.
Yeah.
Wow.
You should have great confidence. You are great citizens when you come down and be jurors, and you're diligent and you're on time and you work hard. And I want to tell you from me how much I appreciate you all that come down as jurors and serve. It is essential to our city, our county, our democracy that you do that when you get your summons. Come on down. If you need a new date, I was talking about this with my wife this morning. There was something on the radio where teachers are complaining about jury duty and taking them away from the classroom. Well, my answer to that is, if you need a deferment, all you have to do is ask the court administrator for a new date. That teacher can ask for a date when the school year's over to come be a juror. So we'll work with you. We will work with you.
Yeah. Paul Harvey was interviewed one day.
You won't get out of it, though.
Paul Harvey was interviewed by John Erling years ago, and because he was coming to Tulsa for some event, and he said, "What do you think about the teacher strike going on?" And Paul Harvey says, "Listen, you don't need some outsider talking about local politics here. I'm staying out of it, but I'll say this: a teacher is teaching 24/7 in the classroom and outside the classroom. For a teacher to show that demonstration of civic responsibility is a great lesson."
I love that you said that. That's exactly what I said to my wife. I said, do you know what? They ought to be the ones that want to go down there to show the kids what it means to do your civic duty.
And talk about it in the classroom.
Absolutely.
It's so important.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, appreciate you coming in. Thank you seriously for coming in.
I enjoyed it.
All right. And we're going to take a break now, and Dave and I will throw a few tidbits out at you about the national and things that His Honor can't talk about.
He would love to, but he can't.
Yeah, that sucks. That would suck. I would have a hard time with that. But anyway.
First Amendment, we have no First Amendment rights.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Let's come back where we left off.
Yeah.
Dave can remove the gap, the dead air.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Yes, that was a very fun and informative time with Mayor LaFortune.
He's not a boring guy.
No, he's not. But hearing about his background, it really, I think, did something for me because, and until I met him, you hear the name LaFortune or certain other old, you consider it old money.
Yeah.
But hearing from him, it wasn't that old that, his granddad is the one that came with nothing essentially and built somewhat of a fortune and an empire.
Yeah, he answered your question about what led all these people in the makeup and fiber of our community. It was opportunity in a new industry, the petroleum industry. And the Catholic community really developed.
It's funny, but I think that first 15 minutes of the show today, the things he shared and talked about, I think it was more valuable than anything else. And in many of the shows we've had, because it gave an insight into what really built Tulsa and what the heart of Tulsa is all about. And it's, I'm sure there are many more stories, but his is a very compelling story about his family and the growth. And now to think where that family is now and the posterity, for example, and I hate to do this in a way, but I'll use me and probably you can do the same as an example, with my dad, poor Mississippi, Jim Crow raised black person, my mother, a German peasant,
orphan. Fatherless.
Fatherless, but just that background. And then I come along, I probably didn't do as much with what I was given as I should have, but I managed to get a degree and had enough sense to get a job. And of course, I do attribute a lot of that to my meeting Jesus Christ as my Savior or accepting him. I think he was there all along, giving hints and so forth. And finally I had that meeting and changed my whole life. But then to see my kids who are so far ahead of where my wife and I, with our backgrounds, she has another incredible, challenging background of how she grew up, how I grew up.
Yeah.
And to see where our kids are now. And then your next generation, listen, in this country, the United States of America, there's no excuse. There really literally is no excuse. Well, there may be one or two, but to hear people continually complaining about race or class or this or that, I'm sorry, but it doesn't fly because the opportunities are there. Well, the ability is there to make it to reach the next level.
You talked about visiting in Africa and the African people. Like, what's with the black folk in United States? They got it so good and they're the most miserable people. It's that lack of appreciation for your blessings.
Yeah. The sad thing, here's the sad part. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's something that has really bothered me for years. And that is, I see immigrants from Africa, from India, from Asia, let's just say Asia, China excluded, but a lot of Asians, a lot of Africans, and even Eastern Europeans that come to this country, and they come for how would I say? I can't say the promise of America, the lure of America. Let's just use that. Americans, they have money, they're rich, they're this, they're this, they're this. And they think they're just going to come and all of a sudden money's going to flow and everything's good. They're going to have a nice car, a nice this, a nice that. But then the reality sets in, and now what you're ending up with is the next or second generation that is bought into the whole welfare mentality. Hispanics are that way. I remember as a kid living in El Paso, Texas, on the border of Mexico, and these Mexican people would come across the border. We didn't have to have, strict border control or anything because
people commuted daily for work.
Exactly. They would come from Mexico and they would do their work. They would go back. And so for every now and then one would come and they would seek citizenship here for whatever reason. But to see it now, those generations have moved up and up and up and up. Mm-hmm. But now in the modern day, you're getting these families to come in. And as we saw what was happening in New York City, remember they were bringing all the immigrants in and they were flying them to New York and they were having these hotels. Mm-hmm. They'd have the buses come in and the mayor and different officials would greet them, welcome them to the city of New York. Welcome to New York. You're going to be staying at, say, the Waldorf Astoria or this hotel. I mean, some, nice 4-star hotels that these people would stay in and then trash them out. They were having food catered into them, all of these things. And there was no incentive or drive to reach another level of subsistence. And that welfare mentality, and no one has been a greater victim of it than the Black community. I hate that. It just drives me nuts. Sure. I love the Black community. I grew up in the Black community, in the ghettos of Philadelphia, in the projects, and at different times in different places. Mm-hmm. And I love the culture. I love the community. But what's happened, what they've allowed to happen to it, just drives me nuts. It literally drives me nuts. And so when I hear stories like Mayor LaFortune, when I hear or see things that I've seen in our own life, my own life, where my dad and my mom and then myself, my wife, and then our kids, and then their kids, the next generation, which will be even greater. It's just, I'm sorry, I don't have time to feel sorry for you because there's no reason. And I'm going to get political. The judge, he could not get into this. Judge LaFortune couldn't get into this, but I'm going to get into it. We have got, in this city even, a push to strip people of a desire to push for more.
Yeah.
And it's all gimme, gimme, gimme. It's become Gimmerica instead of Gimme America or Gimmerica, I'd like to call it, rather than the land of opportunity. Opportunity does not mean freebie.
Can I quote Thomas Edison? He says, most people don't recognize opportunity when it comes their way because it comes disguised in dirty bib overalls and looks like a risky, prospective. Mm-hmm. I forget the actual words, but I kind of paraphrase it. But it's just, it is work. And you've told story after story in the last 5 years from this microphone, this studio, about people. The Donut King out there in California, what was his name? Started these donut shops.
Sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about Duncan?
No, it's just some guy, and it's a unique California thing.
Okay.
But some guy who started at the bottom and now has just several franchises he opens up. Well, you've told so many stories, you don't remember them all.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of stories like this of people who they are astute enough to see a gap, an opening, an unmet need.
Well, one of the greatest ones to me, which blew me away, I didn't realize that Thomas Edison, for example, had a 6th grade education. That's as far as he went to school.
Yeah.
And so he started working on trains. And I think it was from New York to Chicago and back. And he was a bus boy or a bellboy on the trains. And the ingenuity, here's a 12-year-old kid, and he started getting news from different places, and he would make these newspapers, and he had a printing press on the train with him, and he would print these papers and sell them while he's on the train.
Yeah.
And just the ingenuity, but a 12-year-old doing this, and then he kept moving from this to this to the. He knew how to make money, but it wasn't give me money. He figured out how to see a need and fulfill that need. Lucky Palmer. That's a name people don't know, but I've talked about it years ago. But
Actually, it's Palmer Lucky.
I'm sorry, Palmer Lucky. Thank you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't. Yeah, that's right. Palmer Lucky
sounds like a nickname, but it's his last name.
Yeah, Palmer Lucky. Thank you for correcting it.
Yeah.
Started at 12 years old to come up with a 3D goggle. And when he hit
out in the Kansas prairie, he wasn't a Silicon Valley baby.
No. And he ended up at age 19 selling the company to Facebook.
Yeah.
And then they kicked him out of it. He became a millionaire, of course.
And billionaire now.
Well, probably, yeah, because what he did, he got fired by Facebook.
Yeah.
And because of his conservatism, yeah. So anyway, he got fired and he starts a new, what they call augmented reality. He went from virtual reality in the goggles to augmented reality, which is what the military uses, where they can look through the goggles, but it sees reality, but it augments it with different other devices and things. Or, for example, you saw it in the helicopters, the Apaches, where they had this one thing over the eye, and it would move the guns. And they could, whatever they looked at, they could shoot. This is the type of thing. But anyway, he came up with augmented reality and these new border guard drones that would be able to monitor people trying to sneak in and then send it back to the highway patrol. Border patrol. And then it could cover areas where you didn't have border patrol, but they could quickly get there. So these are the type of people, like you said, the guy goes from nothing to a billionaire. Thomas Edison from nothing to essentially a billionaire. Henry Ford's another one, didn't finish high school. Forget college. We're talking people that didn't even finish high school. And so what I want to say is that to hear these stories, even Mayor LaFortune, about his great-granddad and what he's built in this city. I mean, can you imagine him or his great-granddad thinking one day one of his posterity would become mayor of the city? Yeah. And an attorney and things like that. This is the only country on earth, I think, that you can do that. You can't do that elsewhere.
I want to clarify something. Back at the turn of the 20th century, 1900s, early 1900s, public school was only through 8th grade. And beyond that was called secondary school when they introduced it. Our school districts in Oklahoma, we wrote in our Constitution in 1907 that the state shall guarantee a common education to all the kids in the state, right? It was that guarantee. If you don't have a school, the state will step in. But it was through 8th grade. It started in November and ended in March. And so when you hear the teachers lobby and unions and everything say, this is what the state has to do, our Constitution, was understood on a much different level. Bill LaFortune just talked about his grandpa went through 8th grade. That was the standard education. My dad got the standard through 8th grade and went into the workforce, became junior partner with his dad, my grandpa, in the lumber business. So, they keep changing what do you call it? The paradigm shift. All of a sudden, we owe it to everybody to pay for all their high school. And now we're like, well, we got to pay off their student loan debt and all this entitlement stuff. I'm sorry. I know I'm off on a rabbit trail, but
well, it just devalues what you have, because in the old days, people got an education to be educated, to learn. Now, and I have to confess, Dave, this was me. I saw college as 4 years that I didn't have to go into the military.
Yeah.
And
that was that's life and death.
Right. And I could play for another 4 years before I had to enter the real world.
Yes, put off the big decisions.
And so this is kind of what we were thrust into back in those days, whereas the people who had the foresight to see what the education really meant and got into it and dug into it, they're the people with the real power today.
Oh, yeah. But here's the important thing too, Eddie, is the dynamics were different then. Because there were so few college graduates, it became a very big plus on your side. Now everybody's getting, basket weaving majors or, women's studies or, just some nutty stuff.
African studies.
Yeah, African studies. There you go.
Studies.
Yeah.
I can give you that.
There's just so many nutty stuff.
30 minutes.
By the way, I want to commend our federal government. They are no longer guaranteeing student loans and Pell Grants for certain majors.
Right.
They're saying this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
And so, Eddie, when you went to college, the common kid didn't go to college. And so it was a plus.
Well, I was probably at the beginning of that when the common kid did go. Because the 70s. They tried to, 69 basically is when I went. So, but that is something that happened either 68, 69, but then it became very common and especially with Vietnam, because more and more young people were trying to get out, avoid the war. Mm-hmm. They were starting to look at the university situation.
See, Bobby Kennedy argued against the war because he was on a college campus, and it said, how many of you are for the war? He said, okay, how many of you want the college deferment to stay intact? And well, of course, they want the war if somebody else's kid dies.
Right.
And, this is the craziness of it. But also the federal spending on Pell Grants. That came in my generation in the 70s that came into play and opportunities.
Well, and then you look at Oklahoma and they have the Oklahoma Promise Scholarship now, that any child that signs up. The only bad thing I think of is because I have a friend whose daughter, for some reason, they missed the memo, didn't get the memo of information that in the 7th or 8th grade, you have to sign this thing applying for the Oklahoma Promise Scholarship. How do you get somebody to do it in junior high?
Yeah.
Why don't you wait till high school and then do it? Mm-hmm. In any event, this young lady missed out on that, and now is having to. The parents are having to pay.
The
pay
connected
for this
get
education.
it, and the unconnected don't.
Yeah, but it's not even. It used to be the high class, the upper class connected.
Yeah.
Now it's just anybody, all the way. In fact, I guarantee you, if they had been poorer, someone would have come to their class and told them about this. Here, take this home. I feel that the teachers messed up there. They didn't give.
I'm a homeschooler. I didn't find out about it. My kids didn't tap into it.
Right. So you could have had a free education. Now, anyone can. If you don't do that, you can still go to community college for free in Oklahoma.
In Tulsa, for sure.
In Tulsa, yeah. I thought it was the whole state. But anyway, so there's opportunity. The problem with the opportunity comes the chance, and not only chance, but the likelihood of many people taking it for granted.
Yeah.
And that gets us back to where I started with this whole topic, that you have so many young people now taking it for granted that they're going to four-year school. I mean, what do you hear so often from kids at OSU, OU, whatever, about the partying? Or sororities or fraternities or the football or the this, the that. We've lost focus on what it's really about, learning to do something after you get. It's not about the 4 years. It's about what you do after the 4 years with what you're supposed to have learned. In my case, I got out of there and I essentially didn't remember anything. I can't tell you what I really learned. I'm sure something's in there.
Yeah.
But every job I've had, it was OJT. I had to learn again all over on the job. And so somehow we have to come back to a reality and make it more difficult, make it earn that education that makes you appreciate it and set a goal. I think guidance counselors are probably some of the most underused and underappreciated people there are. They should be able to interview a young person in an hour and afterwards they recommend you get to go to school, you don't. Now, of course, today that would be discrimination or something would be wrong with it. And they tell you, I'm sorry, Johnny or Susie can't go and Jimmy and Mary get to go at this counselor's recommendation. Yeah. But literally there should be something that determines a child's likelihood. And it's supposed to be the test, the ACT or SAT, but that doesn't do anything.
Listen, I had that interview with my guidance counselor in 9th grade, but a lot of growing up happened between 9th grade and 12th grade. I wasn't the same person. I grew up and I faced different changes in life. Look, Eddie, I don't believe that we owe it to pay any other adult's school beyond high school. And the big business, the corporates, the Chamber of Commerce, they want all of it. You know why? Because they want the taxpayer to pay the employee training rather than them. Most small business, they train their own employees and then they hope to hang on to them. Yeah. And I think it just needs to change. I think we flat out just need to say, you know what? You're a grown adult. You ought to know the basics and how to apply yourself and learn to teach yourself, learn on your own.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Eddie, you joined in with Farmers Insurance. They required you to have a college degree.
Back then,
they didn't care what the degree was in.
Right.
But it was that divider. I had good friends with State Farm, same thing. Didn't matter what their major was. Right. It just said, we are a step above. And that's how big corporations do it.
I remember at Texas Tech, the year after I graduated, AT&T, or it used to be Bell.
Yeah, Southwestern Bell.
Yeah, well, Mountain Bell, Southwestern, a bunch of bells, but it was basically AT&T. And they came to Texas Tech and started interviewing all of these African-American students. So all of my friends after I graduated, you had all these kids majoring in, I was a business major, but you had these guys in history and in not social studies, socialism. Yeah, one of them is pretty much a socialist, but what they call what is the major? Sociology. Thank you, sociology. Anyway, these guys all got these jobs as account executives with AT&T, selling computers and phone systems, and they come out, big bucks, executives say they get a car, all of this. And I'm thinking, what timing the year after I do it, and I knew they didn't have a business background or no business major, education majors, social studies, sociology, social studies, probably the same thing, but history majors, and they're out here in sales. And it showed that AT&T really didn't care. All they wanted was a degree. And at that time, for you to be black, So
you were a token then.
Yeah, and I missed out on being that token. Probably saved my life long term. But
because you would have bought into that tokenism thing because it was helping you.
Exactly. None of them that as far as I know, stuck with it. They all ended up doing something else or leaving.
Now you just call it your black privilege. Your wife actually, I think, was the one that referred to your black privilege, though, right?
No, it was somebody else. I can't remember who or whatever.
I know.
You're talking about
your wife privilege. Gets disgusted by that.
Well, some of the things I get away with, yeah, she does. But and I have to agree with her. It is pretty ridiculous, some of it. And but anyway, getting back to our original thoughts, though, there's so much in society in America today that is just wrong. And we need to do something about it. We need to have but I'm going to go eschatological right now. I am seriously starting to believe we are at the end of the end times.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
think
what eschatology means is last days or end time studies.
End times. But I really think that we are about there because the things that I've seen going on, and it's not the wars and rumors of wars, which are there, definitely, but it's just the psychological state of the world, Europe in particular, and in America, I can't understand. And Christians, I mean, I keep nailing it down further and further and further. But the one thing I have to give Facebook, the one really positive thing about Facebook to me, it gives you a barometer of where society is at. When you read the posts and the comments and the things you see from people you would never expect to see things from, it really tells you where the state of our society is.
But they have a computer that determines
the algorithms that who you're going to be exposed to. Because I have dear friends, lifelong friends, that I never see their posts. And it was Facebook decided they didn't want us talking, interacting, or they want to make it more difficult. And it works. Well, I'm talking to some of the same people that I wanted to, and I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked often by what I see from people that I should not expect to see these things from. Twitter is even worse. Yeah. Twitter is just unbelievable. I mean,
you were exposed to a lot of the same things. I remember my dad as a mid 40s, but came to Jesus and now is studying Hal Lindsey, Late Great Planet Earth, and all of the end time studies. And my dad had a book. It says Henry Kissinger, Man of Peace, ? And it basically says, we think he's the Antichrist. And my dad always thought Kissinger's the Antichrist. He may be, I don't know. He's been dead a long time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
But it also, another book he had, went through a whole list of it. John Paul VI, who was the Pope at the time, thought he was.
Really?
Well, yeah, because he's ruling from the city set on 7 mountains, the great prostitute, the whore of Babylon. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
even though he's Polish, but
no, Pope Paul VI, not John Paul.
Pope Paul VI. Now that was probably the most sound Pope we had in hundreds of years until Ratzinger.
Yeah. But this is a John Birch Society, bunch of people writing this,
Because it's interesting. I became a believer there in 73.
Right.
And Pope Paul was Paul VI was the Pope.
Yeah.
And my friends and I, we would watch his Easter and Christmas sermons, and they were the most evangelical messages you could ever hear. I mean, this was a guy that really loved Jesus and knew the word. And then John Paul came in, and then after him, I guess
there was a short papacy, John Paul first.
Yeah, who died.
That we know very little about.
Yeah.
Unless you watch Godfather 3, then they fill in.
They assassinated him.
Speculation, yeah.
Yeah.
The Illuminati.
Yeah, he might have been just as conservative, and they felt there was a change. But anyway, Ratzinger, Benedict, the German Pope, he got out because I believe he was pressured out, and maybe he knew that one way or other he was not going to die as the Pope.
That was really interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because I thought you're Pope for life. I didn't know you could resign, if it was
I don't know that in over a century, or at least, we haven't had a precedent for that.
No. But I remember reading his stuff, he was he was a theologian,
very much,
and very intelligent,
a scholar, a teacher,
and he wrote some of the most biblically sound, conservative edicts and things that you couldn't even believe it was a Catholic writing these things.
Right.
And that's probably why they wanted him out of there.
And that was his love. Mm-hmm. You know, the administration of a global network, that's a whole different deal.
Yeah. But it's interesting too, Dave, he wasn't killed, but you haven't heard a word from him since he left. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to leave a very quiet life. And I'm sure it was in the Vatican's best interest that his life stay quiet too. Mm-hmm. Because you only have one pope and you can get divided loyalties, just like you could have divided monarchy. And we've seen in, British history through the millennia, who's the rightful king of England,
Or in America, who's the rightful president?
Oh, there you go. There's that too, and then royal lines and stuff, whether it's, control of anything itself. Because, even what's going on right now for the last 3 months with Iran is the son of the Shah, the rightful leader, By the way, on that, I was checking in with my neighbor, Alex, who's, as a young man came from Iran during the revolution or shortly after. And I asked him, first of all, how's family doing? He says, it's really hard to get a hold of them, telecommunications. He says, but it's, from what we know, they're safe. And I said, now, if there is a change of regime and a true reform that brings essential liberties and maybe the kind of life before the Ayatollahs, I said, will that be good for your family? He says, oh, I will move back there. And I kind of looked at him. You'd give up this. He says, I'll live like royalty over there. His life savings as a taxi driver in Tulsa has set him up to wealth that the common man in Iraq.
See, this is what was going on in Germany through the whole 80s and 90s. It started in the 60s. We have the thing that immigrants would do the work that Americans don't want to do. Mm-hmm. Well, it was the same thing in Germany.
Yeah.
Only in Germany, it was Turks.
Oh.
They had Turkish people come in. In fact, Hamburg, Germany is the third largest Turkish city in the world.
That's interesting.
They have so many there. And it became because Germans no longer wanted to clean the streets, do sanitation work. They didn't want to work in utility companies, the sweat work.
Wow.
They were too good for that.
Yeah, utilities are considered a good job in the United States.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about, the guys that are digging the dirt and laying the...
Yeah.
When I came to Tulsa in 92, all the way into about 90, 98, if you drove down, saw road construction, you would see a white guy
with a clipboard
as the foreman. Then you'd have maybe a couple of black people, a couple of Hispanic, and a lot of other white guys doing it. By the end of the 90s, the guy holding the clipboard was Hispanic.
Yep.
And then you start looking, all of the workers were Hispanic.
Yeah.
And then now today you might see a black person out there in Hispanic, but they have literally, the Hispanics, I won't say Mexican because they could have come from Guatemala,
sure,
El Salvador, whatever.
That's a better term to use.
Right. But Hispanic, and these people are the ones doing all the work.
Yeah.
And you look at them and they're confident. I mean, I watch them on 91st, which is taking 2 years to finish a mile of road. But anyway, they're, it's totally Hispanic workers. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. And they're good at it and they're confident. You see, there's a pride in what they do. But, so it used to be dishwashers, hotel workers, et cetera, were the jobs that Americans didn't want to do. Now it's construction work that Americans don't want to do. Yeah. And eventually it keeps moving up because the people that are hungry are the ones that are going to get the food.
I've got a friend out in Panhandle, way out past Guyman, that's, rancher. And I was asking about some of the meatpacking plants. There's like 2 or 3 big ones out there. And he says, oh, yeah, they're all Chinese. They built their own dormitories, housing for them, and they shipped them in. And these meatpacking plants, Smithson, and I don't think Hormel's one of them, but anyway, the Chinese bought up the company and then shipped in their own labor out of China, living here. And any babies born here are American citizens. That's part of the perk, and it's, I'm just giving you another example that fits right here in Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy because, as far as Black Americans and an increasing number of Caucasian Americans are all drug addicted.
Yeah.
They're drug addicted and living on the dole. It's because they've been given the free money. Now, what's happening, I'm seeing, though, with the new group of immigrants that are coming in, they're already being inflicted with that virus of government subsidy. And, like, for example, I think we talked about New York, the Waldorf and these 4-star, 5-star hotels that they've completely turned into immigrant housing, and they're delivering food. They give them money every month. They give them a phone, all of this. Well, if I came someplace and you told me I get all of this for not working, instead of getting out there beating the bushes to see what I can do long term and grow, the temptation's tough.
Yeah. Now, you as a teenager and as a young man in the 60s and 70s, firsthand seeing the civil rights movement, I think you've said essentially that the purest, truest civil rights leader that you saw that day would be Malcolm X.
Yeah.
And Malcolm X, his warning was be careful of the white liberal.
Right.
And it was the white liberal that replaced the man of the house with a welfare check, government subsidy, government housing. And it destroyed the industriousness of much of the Black community, right? Black society.
Well, actually, it began. This is interesting because if you read Booker T. Washington's writings, there's a book out. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's a compilation of his Sunday. He used to give Sunday night message. They had chapel every Sunday night.
Okay.
And Booker T would periodically give his messages, his little sermons to the students at Tuskegee University. And he talks about how to tell them to avoid the big cities.
Yeah.
Because what happened, they would get these young people, the people would leave the South. He said the South is the place for the Black man to really earn his living and to progress.
Yeah.
Because what was happening in the inner cities, but at that time, everybody's moving to Cleveland, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. And what would happen, they'd get there, and he said they didn't know how to handle it. Yeah. And there a lot of alcohol. Back then, it was alcoholism. Weed was not introduced until about the 50s, where it became a problem. Marijuana, and other drugs, and heroin later, and crack and all that. But anyway, he was saying that those were basically a death sentence. Yeah. If you moved into the ghettos of the urban cities, you were doomed.
And every one of those cities had a rabble-rouser, a Du Bois, if you will, who would just tell the Black man, Black family, that it's somebody else's fault that you ain't succeeding.
Right. And that you deserve something without earning it. Yeah. Just because you were born Black and somebody 100, 200 years ago was persecuted, now you're owed.
They're preaching bitterness.
Right. And you can't survive. You just can't do it. And so Booker T was speaking against that, saying the best opportunity for the Black man was in the South.
Yeah. It's only in the last couple of years I've learned an aspect of a very successful entertainer, Lionel Richie. He grew up in Tuskegee. His parents were on the faculty at the Institute there. And this year, my wife's got me watching American Idol every Monday night, 7 to 9. And I'm seeing a side of Lionel, a spirituality and a genuine expression of his love for Jesus on there. And it's ABC, it's the Disney Corporation. I'm just like, what's going on here? It's truly something amazing to see. But I'm getting that flavor of the kind of responsibility that they taught at Tuskegee. It's really incredible. I mean, I read up from slavery, Booker T. Washington's kind of biography and autobiography, I guess you'd call it. He wrote it himself, didn't he?
No, he had a writer.
Okay.
I can't remember who it was, but he did have a writer write that.
Yeah, but it's written in first person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know,
so you think it's Booker T. talking?
A lot of autobiographies, for example, the autobiography of Malcolm X with Alex Haley.
Yeah.
You know, it's that with Alex Haley basically put it together, but it was Malcolm X's story.
And that's fine. I don't think that's technically, I don't consider that a ghost writer if you're working with them.
Yeah.
Eddie, you've written books. I've got this right here, 2 editions. You want to have an editor. Anybody who wants to have a decent publication.
I had to fire mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't black enough for her.
Yeah.
She got mad at those topics that we talk about, that we just talked about, about that a lot of the plight of the black man is a self-inflicted wound, you know, and she just couldn't handle it. And finally, and I talked to my publisher. I said, I don't think this is going to work. Well, give her a chance. She's working it. No, it didn't work.
By the way, sometime we got to talk about the release of your audiobook, because I really like your voice on that. I don't know what they did to your voice, but it's good.
Well, yeah, I took an extra dose of testosterone.
We got to remember.
We do need to get that finished. I'm glad you brought that up. We need to finish that audio version. I can get it out.
It is good. It's great for people on the road or commuters and stuff. I
love me. I don't read it much anymore. Audible is the greatest thing to come along since
it is really good, and then I do podcasts all the time. You know, hey, this is a podcast. By the way, what do you think's going on? What's going to happen next in Iran?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that out. You wonder what is Trump up to, or has he stepped into quicksand and seeking a way out? I don't know. The only thing I can say, he's surrounded by devils, by enemies, foreign and domestic. I think Iran isn't the biggest problem for the administration today. The biggest problem is the traitors in America, the Democrat Party, and even some within the Republican Party that have just wanted to jump ship. It really irks me. I get so angry that I've tried to tune out quite a bit, because I just can't believe most of these people would have been executed in the 20s or in the 17, 18 with 19, 17, and 18 during World War I, and then again in World War II. Yeah, because it's just treasonous, the stuff that they're doing, saying, and trying to.
Oh, yeah. They're outright saying, we hope that Trump loses and Iran wins.
Yeah.
That's our Democrat Congress saying that.
Yeah. So.
I got a new headline here. Trump just issued a statement. He's saying that Iran's leadership is gripped by infighting and confusion. And that makes sense. It's a power struggle right now.
Right. Oh, no, I believe that. But apparently the IRG, the Iranian Republican Guard, is trying to hold on to its power.
That would make sense.
And they apparently are the ones that are controlling those coasts, the Strait of is it Hormuz? The Strait of Hormuz, where the ships come in and
that little loop around,
right. Between Saudi Arabia and that.
It would make sense to me. Now, let me float this by you.
Okay.
Suppose we end up with a military government, the Iranian Guard, minus the Islamic Council that is kind of considered the supreme authority. So you don't have the religious imposition in all of their sets of laws that are just straight up imposing, Sharia law and in all of those hardline Islamic dictates. Could we have a military government that stays somewhat secular and make a deal with them? Because I'm wondering if Trump wouldn't be wise to just say, to all these generals, hey, you're letting these turban-headed guys, push you around and give you edicts. And any of them at any one time could order your beheading for whatever reason they feel threatened by you. Why don't you guys just set up a decent government, maintain order, and just start restoring basic liberties?
Yeah, but it's always a risk when you have a military. Military governments don't usually last that long because there tends to be fighting within them and a coup versus coup. So ideally, now the thing that disturbs me a little bit or bothers me is the Shah's son, who is wanting to go back and regain power, basically political power. And I just don't know if I trust them any more than I would trust. I mean, maybe in a different sense, you would trust them more than the Ayatollahs. But at the same time, is he really going to be able to do things in a way that we expect to be done?
Unless he's willing to accept just a ceremonial position. But I don't know how much tradition, how far back his family lineage goes in that capacity. I really think that, let's take example. You probably know more than I do about this. I had a friend came over here to get a petroleum engineering degree from Nigeria. Back when Nigeria first realized there's money underground there. And then, of course, the corruption happened and the, corrupt leaders fled to England and the military took over. So I'm talking to this young man, devout Christian. I go to church with him. And he says, oh, no, the military taking over is the best thing that could have happened. He saw them as the reformers. Now, we see in Argentina, it turned into chaos in the Falkland Wars. But can a military government ever be a good reform?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it depends on how they're led. In fact, it's funny you mention that because I was visiting with an old fraternity brother in Dallas, and we started watching the movie Tears of the Sun. I don't know if we've ever talked about that.
Don't
movie.
Recall the movie.
I've watched it probably 10 times. I just love that movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie. But you've got a group of Navy SEALs that are on an aircraft carrier off the coast of Africa, and they're asked to go into Nigeria and save the American missionaries that are running a hospital there.
Gotcha.
And so they go in, but the main missionary, the woman doctor, she convinced, three of them decide to stay, these nuns and priests, they decide to stay. But this doctor, she's going to leave, and they're going to march to Ghana.
Okay. And
so they're walking to Ghana through the jungle and everything, and the helicopter comes, and the SEALs were tricking them because they we're going to just take the doctor and then leave them anyway to fend for themselves. But the doctor then convinces them to stay and, help these people escape, the Christians basically. And so they put all the children on the helicopters, and then they fly them out, and they decide to, and now they're by foot going to Ghana, and they're being chased by the Nigerian military. And I just love the movie. It's beautifully filmed. It's beautifully done.
You had to go all the way to Ghana because you had to go through Benin and Togo to get from Nigeria.
I thought Nigeria borders. I'm pretty sure.
No, Cameroon's on the other side.
Well, maybe it was Cameroon. I thought it was Ghana on one side of Nigeria.
Yeah, but you know what? That's now. Who knows what it was 20 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're heading for this border, and the whole movie then is about them being chased by the Nigerian army, and where they're killing all the Christians. I mean, brutally killing and so forth. So anyway, if you haven't seen it, you can buy the DVD or pay for it on paper. I don't know why they haven't released it yet to just make it available on Amazon or Netflix, but I think it is maybe on Amazon Prime, but you have to pay for it. Wherever it is, you have to pay for it.
How long ago was it released?
Probably 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but like I said, everything, Antoine Fuqua produced and directed it, and he just does great movies. I mean, he does great movies. But anyway, if you get a chance, it's called Tears of the Sun, and but anyway, it talks about that. And so the thing about Nigeria, if we're going to stop a moment, I was doing a search online because people are always attacking Joel Osteen or this, his money or whatever. And so I decided to see who are the wealthiest pastor. I just put Christian pastors wealthiest, and came up the top 20 or 25. And of those top 20 or 25, only 5 of them are American. Mm-hmm. And out of the 15, the rest are either from Nigeria or somewhere in Africa. And I'm thinking, this is crazy. How do you, and we're talking, Dave, $40 million a year, that these guys are bringing in. And I'm thinking, how can you live with yourself being that wealthy in a country that is at least considered still a poor country?
Yeah. But if we go back to, for instance, the takeover of Egypt and getting rid of the British domination, that was Nasser. And then there was a coup where Nasser...
You're talking about Egypt now.
Egypt?
Yeah.
But these were military governments. Anwar Sadat rose to power in a military coup takeover. We don't think of him as like one of the worst tyrants of all time.
No, but no, Sadat, after Nasser died, I think that's what started it, because there was turmoil within the country on who's going to be the new leader. And then I think because Nasser wasn't around anymore when Sadat took over.
Yeah, he was
dead. He had passed
Was
away.
it dead or something? But I remember watching, there was a great made-for-TV movie called Sadat on his life. And, of all the people that were with Nasser when he took over power, Sadat was one of them. But one by one, they all left. And Sadat was one of the few originals left, and Nasser was fine with Sadat being the next guy. But I'm just saying, there's a military coup, and it ended up with, to the Egyptians, to the world, one of the most respected Egyptian leaders with Sadat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Sadat did a great job, and especially seeking peace.
Yeah.
To make peace.
Yeah.
I remember watching the 700 Club, and Pat Robertson had Sadat and Begin there together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it's Begin or not. It may have been one of the others. I'm trying to remember who. Anyway, he had the head of Israel, head of Egypt. He had him join hands in prayer. Mm-hmm. It was just kind of weird. Now Sadat kept his eyes open the whole time. I think he was looking around to make sure nobody was going to assassinate him or anything. But it was really something. I think that was probably Pat Robertson's greatest moment, that he got these two leaders together. So
yeah, but I'm saying there can be good, and reform happen through a military coup. And I just think I think our real problem is the Islamic radicals and the violation of civil rights, that's the tyranny that's coming at the hands of the Islamic Council.
Well, sure. That's what they're made of. And it's a devilish form of government. go to the root. The root of Islam is violence.
Yeah.
Muhammad, he took power through violence. It's the opposite of Christianity.
Yeah, but I'm thinking if the military themselves agreed and said, you know what, let's make our own overture to the Trump administration, say.
You're talking about the Iranian
military. Yeah, military, and say, let's make our own deal where we guarantee our safety and the restoration of the economy here.
Right.
And we just have to throw the Ayatollahs overboard.
Yeah, it gets down to theology in the end, because the Iranian and that radical Islamic mentality is expecting the Mahdi. And the Mahdi is their version of the Messiah.
Yeah.
And so, but to bring in the Mahdi, they feel there has to be war and turmoil. And they're actually expecting their Mahdi to show up in the middle of all of this, which depending on who you listen to, how you study, people feel it will be the Antichrist. The one they're waiting on is not the true Messiah, the second coming. They're waiting on the other guy. So I don't know. We're in interesting times.
Will he be wearing a lion suit in the tent? You know, the last battle,
and have a donkey.
Chronicles of Narnia.
Have the donkey as his prophet. Yeah, wait a minute. We might be onto something. A donkey is a Democrat.
Yeah, I know. Symbolism here.
Yeah.
So there's that. By the way, I want to go to short. We had just had John Cox in here. Now, two of the other candidates are resolving a dispute now at the Supreme Court. In the Oklahoma Supreme Court has expedited, is now using kind of a Zoom meeting to hold a hearing whereby they rule on this issue of, can the senator be in the middle of his term and run for an office that his Senate chamber has changed the funding for? Because our Constitution says you can't.
Right.
And he says, well, but we carved out so that if I win, it won't change the funding.
It's funny. It's a personal carving out.
Yeah. And I talked to Pugh about it, Adam Pugh, Senator Pugh, and the thing that I think really discredits him the most is when he says, and besides, Dave, he says, I think that rule's unconstitutional anyway, because half the Senate at any one elections, nullified. And I thought, man, that sounds very narcissistic.
Yeah.
Because me and 24 other senators can't run, it's unconstitutional. And I thought, it's the Constitution.
Yeah,
how is the Constitution unconstitutional?
It's just like term limits for presidents and the congressional candidates or office holders being limited.
To give Adam Pugh the benefit of the doubt, he may be referring that the federal Constitution is violated in, let's say, 14th Amendment, equal protection. I don't know. But I think that was really weak. And I think Adam would have been better if he'd left that out and just said, the emoluments aren't changed if I'm elected.
Yeah.
At least not for me.
That makes me think of and leads me to a similar situation, the Virginia election, which courts have now ruled as unconstitutional.
No, one judge, one conservative judge. Now, here's a little bit of back, because the argument against how this proposal is written, and it's a substantial problems with it. It said, this is a proposal to make a fair election, using the word fair, which is so subjective.
Right.
And that was a problem. Another problem said, they could not post a proposed new congressional map. Didn't want anybody seeing what kind of shenanigans you just created. But they wanted you to prove it. And when they brought this up to the courts weeks ago, they said it must first be either passed or rejected, and then we will act on it.
Right.
Like, what the heck? You know?
Well, but so far, they have not put it into effect.
It's a process. Any judge can halt it, and then it goes through the appeals process. He can be overruled. And a lot of people think that judge will be overruled because of just how corrupt the judicial system is there.
Well, we'll see. It depends, I guess, on where all the judges, which part of Virginia they come from. Because, anything in the northern area around the D.C. area or Maryland is very liberal. And then as farther south you go, it becomes more conservative.
Here's my problem. One more time, you look at that map. If you say people who voted against it, vote conservative, put those counties in red.
Oh, west.
The counties that wanted this change are blue. You're going to see most of the map is red, but you see this little area called DC Metro and Richmond Metro. Then a little bit over there at Norfolk, because that's kind of a metro area there. Again, your leftist urban centers, and the rest are conservative. What I'm bothered by, I should have talked to Paul Ziriak, our election board secretary, about this. What happens if a conservative, especially the rural districts, counts their ballots but doesn't forward their numbers to the state until the big cities have posted their numbers? Because I would propose to you, this goes way back to 1960 when Kennedy eked out beating Nixon because of Chicago, Cook County. Because the last state they were waiting on that was in the balance was Illinois, and the last counties they were waiting on was Cook County. And there's so many people who believe for the last, 65 years now, that it just takes about 6 counties in the country to swing an election by just saying, first we got to find out how many ballots, and then, back the truck up. Let's move.
The 2020 election.
Exactly. And it's those urban areas where there's just super majority Democrat. There's no accountability. They put paper up over the windows so observers can't see. They kick out observers. They declare a water main break. They do all kinds of shenanigans.
I see them pull out suitcases from under the tables.
And a mail carrier driving a mail truck says, I had a big old trailer full of ballots that I had to drive over to Pennsylvania, to Philadelphia. They needed a middle of the night. and that truck was in New York.
Mm-hmm.
It just, it stinks to high heaven.
Yeah, and this is what troubles me, that where we are in America, that I bet if you surveyed Democrats across the country, I guarantee you 60% of them would not have any objection to any of that's being done, because to them the ends justify the means. That's the
it's
thing.
Called rationalizing.
Yeah, that they are so bent on destroying the Republican ideals and
it's for the cause.
Political theory or ideas that they'll do anything. I mean, this is the problem. This is where we are in America.
I wanted to bring up to Judge LaFortune here. One of Trump's appointees was in D.C. outside of a building. Some radical comes up and spits in his face on camera. A D.C. court acquitted her. That's how crazy it is.
That's how bad it is.
They can commit a violent assault and get off because it's one of Trump's guys.
Well, what they need
Call
to
it
do,
free speech.
What they need to do, and which I believe they are starting to do, is appeal these things. See, in the past, they just let it go. It wasn't worth it. But I think under Trump, they're not letting this go.
Yeah, but who are you going to appeal to?
Well,
a higher D.C. court?
Well, appeal it till you get it out of D.C. In fact, there was one case.
I think every appeal ends up in D.C.
Well, see, that's a problem then, because if we can't get anything out of DC, then you'll never win anything.
Back 6 years ago, I said
Virginia's getting that.
We need to move the U.S. Capitol to someplace like rural Missouri,
Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, no, it's bad. Our political situation in America is in pretty dire straits right now.
It is, and I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what the
prayer. But again, Dave, I think what disturbs me the most, what worries me the most, or gives me the most sense of an apocalypse, the apocalypse, is that people who should know better are starting to buy the wrong things.
Yeah.
And another one is the people Christians that are turning against Israel.
Yeah.
And not seeing what the problem with that is. And there, and you see video after video of Palestinian children speaking of murder and killing the Jews and And you know what it reminds me of? We always, as Westerners, when we read the biblical accounts and where Joshua and Caleb and all of them were ordered to go in and utterly destroy every last living thing, not just people, but the things. And we have a problem with that, man, woman, and child. And it just does not go well with our Western ethic. But as you see what's going on in Palestine and in Iran and places like that, the people that hate Jews that much, the children are so affected and infected that honestly, I don't think there is any hope for them. Now, I'm not saying go in and slaughter them like in biblical days, but to sit there and try to have pity for these people whose entire being is continually thinking about destroying these guys. It would be like Jinx Union. I mean, I'm just using an example. And if the Union or Jinx fans, their whole everything is obsessed with destroying everything Jinx or destroying everything Union, then what is the other one supposed to do? Are we going to just sit here and let them do it, or are we going to stop it, or go there? That's why the hatred is. Yes, I believe that Jews that have attacked Lebanon, their soldiers, some of them got out of hand. But there's probably some soldier that's reacting to things that were done by the Muslims there. Yeah. And so now they're exacting revenge. It's a tough deal.
To your Jinx Union analogy, I was when I was a Bible quiz coach for my kids, my oldest son was on a team with a couple of sisters whose mom was a guidance counselor in Jinx schools. And she was a varsity cheerleader, Alyssa, this girl, nice girl. And she gets married. Her and her husband have a couple of kids, moved to Broken Arrow. After about 5 years, we're going to church together now at where my son's on staff, my second son. And she mentions, hey, can you use prayer that our house sells? And I talked to her. I said, so you guys want to sell? Yeah. And where are you planning to go? As a job? Oh, we just want to move to Jinx. And I looked at her. I said, you just don't want your kids to be Broken Arrow Tigers, do you? Just no. You get that so infected in you. That's your point, Eddie, is when you grow up in that, you just bleed it.
Well, it's the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Yeah.
It's this, and this one, I mean, honestly, the thing that tells me that the Jews are truly the descendants of Abraham, everybody, the argument that, well, those aren't the real Jews. Yeah. Have you been talking to people? I mean, they're trying to convince us that these Jews in Israel today or not the descendants of Abraham or the children of the promise. But what I was going to say, what tells me that they are is because the other guys are trying to annihilate them right there. That's the perfect. That's the best example. If they weren't that, these people wouldn't be trying to kill them and drive them to the sea.
One of the guys I first read that from was the manager and producer for Petra, Jonathan David Brown. And he's explaining that, no, you cannot assume that they're the Jews and somebody else's. And he's claiming he's from a Jewish lineage. And you know what he brought up as an example? Sammy Davis Jr. Because I think he's from Ethiopian. And we found out there are a lot of Ethiopian Jews.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't the deal. He actually converted to Judaism, Sammy Davis. He wasn't born a Jew.
Okay. Yeah. Well, see, we don't have that kind of tribalism in America, so we just create school districts and fight each other over,
I remember, I may have told the story how I was invited to speak at the Type Pros.
Yes.
Tulsa Young Professionals.
This is good.
And so I'm on this panel, and this lady, who's the big Islamic spokeswoman. I can't think of her name.
You'd mentioned her name before.
I know. I can't think of her name. Anyway, and there was this Hispanic guy.
There's just some hipsters,
Oh, yeah. This Hispanic guy. And then you had an Asian girl that was running the YWCA. And so anyway, I'm up there. And before it started, the rest of the panel, they're at the bar and they're drinking. And I went into a room and started praying. I just prayed for about 30 minutes before this thing started. So I go up there, and this girl, oh man, her name just shot through my head, but I can't.
Yeah, that sounds right. I forget.
Anyway, so you see her all the time. She wears this headscarf, but anyway, so we're going, and she's talking about the genocide of the Jews versus the people of Palestine, and this and Jesus, and this genocide and hatred. And I looked at her and I said, genocide? It's a family feud. This is a family feud.
See, they didn't know where to go with that.
No,
you caught them off balance.
Yeah, and that's where she was talking about the racism. That's where the racism of the Jews against the Palestinians. And I said, racism and genocide, this is a family feud,
They're all from Abraham's seed.
Exactly, and so, and it was like, you're right. I mean, she couldn't say anything. She was just shocked that anybody would bring that up, and then this other guy, this Mexican guy, who I think I said before, he's whiter than you, but he's talking about how his children are suffering at Bixby schools, and they're being called porch monkeys and stuff. I just started cracking up. I said, where do you make this stuff up? How do these people make this stuff up? Why would anybody call his kids porch monkeys? They don't even call black people porch monkeys anymore,
Okay, you stepped in, Eddie. Let's talk about the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Yes.
Liars.
What did they just do, Eddie?
Well, they've been funding the Ku Klux Klan.
They ran out of racists, so they had to recruit a bunch.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what, Eddie? I was talking to a guy who's kind of leftist, and I said, I don't know that you're going to get a single criminal conviction. Maybe you get some lawsuits. But I said, the real damage is done here is political. We exposed them. That when some rich leftist white housewife from Boston cuts them a check, she's got to know a certain amount of that $1,000 is going to go to the Klan.
Yeah, the only thing about that I have a problem with, and it's not a problem with most of it, but is Eldridge Cleaver. He wrote a book, and it's called By Any Means Necessary. So the liberal Massachusetts housewife, or the Tulsa, certain part of Tulsa liberal housewife guy, whatever. Let's say the Metro Tulsa, not Metro, the downtown.
The Utica Square Democrats,
Square, the only thing about them, they really don't care. They do not. See, this is what I say again, what I'm saying, that we're at a stage where people really don't care because the battle lines are drawn by any means necessary.
I knew you'd get to that. If you wouldn't, I would have.
By any means necessary, we must defeat these people over here. And that's why how can a gay person support the Palestinians, the Iranians, the Islamic law, when they'll be the first one thrown off 12-story buildings, you know, and their women murdered and killed. And you got blue-haired and pink-haired girls out there, lesbians and dykes, as we used to call them.
Men who want bottom surgery and complain they can't get it soon enough.
Well, they'll get it. You know, if they convince, okay, we're going to give you a free ticket to Tehran, you know, and they'll do it for you. But it's just, it's insane. But that's where we are. That's where we are right today, and it's a sad state. That
I'm thrilled that it got exposed.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You remember this campaign consultant, Fount Holland, that's kind of controversial to people in the Republican right because of the rhinos and Democrats that he's worked with. He got indicted on a scam to let the Democrats pick a Republican for superintendent of schools, Joy Opmeister. And the idiot DA from Oklahoma County had to vacate the indictments because the law hadn't actually been enacted when he claimed that the events happened. But it still destroyed the AH Strategies Corporation. They split up because all of a sudden Fount Holland is toxic to candidates running. Now, Fount's kind of come back. He ran Karen Keith's campaign, Democrat. But now I think it's him or some of his people that are running T.W. Shannon's campaign.
Right, but you see how he did with Karen Keith.
What?
She got killed. She lost.
Well, she did. No, she made the runoff. That was a close three-way race.
Yeah, but that was, But the reason she made the runoff is because she had Republicans supporting her.
Oh, yeah.
And so
John McGrath was a big supporter of her, amongst others. Yeah. And listen, you know, I went to a state, actually, as a county committee meeting. Rhonda, our chairman, Rhonda Villamont-Smith, said, we need to be prepared to have a Mayor Karen Keith. And
Monroe came out of nowhere. I mean, really,
Brent Van Norman was very late to the race.
Yeah.
Just like you were late to the race. You didn't start until filing. Most of them started a lot earlier. But Fount Holland, he's the kind of guy he is, and it's his partners that split with him, over this issue. So anyway, sometimes just the exposing what's happening to the SPLC is they're being exposed. And it's getting documented in legal papers. Mm-hmm. I think that's brilliant.
Yeah.
So
hey, let's close it out. We're almost on 3 hours, but let's close it out with this. The draft, the NFL draft began Thursday night.
Oh, I had some other sports, but go ahead.
Yeah. And it was no surprise. Mendoza.
Yeah.
Was drafted number one.
It would be the Raiders of Las Vegas.
Las Vegas Raiders. And, it's funny, though, being drafted first today is a blessing and a curse. Mm-hmm. Because the blessing is you get drafted number one and you have the potential for some big money early on.
Yeah.
The curse is the fact that you go to a place like Las Vegas because they're in last place. I don't think they won a game last year.
That's why they got the first draft pick.
Right.
Because they had the worst team.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the socialism of the sport.
Right. Yeah, to try to balance it out. So it's a tough deal. Texas Tech had more people drafted this year in the top the first two than ever in history.
Yeah.
In fact, the top draft choice they've ever had. And the number two guy was a linebacker from Tech.
Yeah.
And then they had another one in the first round. Then they had a couple in the second round. So I think all told, we had 5 in the top first 2 rounds, which is weird because I think OU had 1, and even Texas only had 1. So it's interesting. The old schools, you got Indiana, Texas Tech, was Utah. All of a sudden, with people being drafted ahead of the old guard.
Yeah.
Now, Ohio State didn't disappoint. They probably, Ohio State in the first 2 rounds, I think, had 10 people drafted. I mean,
because most of the year they were the number 1 team, until they lost to this upstart Indiana Mendoza team. Now, I got to say, if you're Mendoza, the beautiful thing is you go to the worst team, the expectations are not as huge. You remember when a fella, Jerry Jones, bought the Dallas Cowboys and he announced he got first draft pick because he had the worst team. The Dallas Cowboys, they stunk. I went to one of their games that year. It stunk. And they said, Troy Aikman. And that first year was horrible for Aikman. I think he won 1 game, maybe 2. But within 4 years, they were Super Bowl champions. Mm-hmm. So it can be good. The other nice thing, and our friend from Tulsa, who went by Alabama and signed with the Raiders, knowing that they're going to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
No taxes.
I know.
State taxes.
In fact, you heard the story. He deferred his rookie bonus.
I think it was like $1 million.
Oh, it's more than that.
Okay.
Because when you're first round today, I think it's $10 to $18 million. Yeah. And he deferred that until he just wanted he wanted his rookie income for his first year.
Hey, California taxes are high. OU is worthy of some honors. Last week we ended the show. I went home while I was getting everything post-production up. I'm watching the gymnastics championship, and OU, for the 8th time in 12 years, national gymnastics champion. 8 times in 12 years. Mm-hmm. That's a legacy. Yeah. Now, they've had a lot going for them. Bart Connor, the men's 84 Olympic team, built his own studio and everything to work with OU.
And you know who his wife is.
Then he married Nadia Comaneci. Yeah. And they operated a studio there. So the resources a young athlete in gymnastics has if they come to Norman are significant. And I don't know if Bella Caroli moved there too, but because that was Nadia's coach, remember back. I think Bella is actually in Houston, but they didn't make it. It was LSU, who used to have the top NIL money, Livy Dunn. LSU was there, and then Minnesota they somehow made it into the Final Four. And then who else was it? Florida, I think. Yeah, it was Florida. So anyway, and then 3 weeks ago, the number one softball team was Texas Tech, led by Najari Kennedy, the pitcher, the star pitcher, who she's getting $1.3 million in NIL, or at least last year was. Yeah, but OU for the last 2 weeks in the weekly ratings. This is D1softball.com. They are the number 1 team, OU is.
Yeah, Tech beat Texas they were tied for number 1.
Yeah.
And Tech beat Texas and they became number 1.
Texas down to 5 now.
Yeah.
Alabama bumped up to 2. And Nebraska, which has some former OU players. They had a sophomore for a championship team that she transferred to Nebraska. Found out it's a family thing, and she wanted to go back there.
Oh, something that you should appreciate. Mm-hmm. You got the North Stars playing each other in the playoffs. It's the Minnesota Wild, which used to be the North Stars, playing the Dallas Stars.
The Dallas Stars used to be the North Stars.
Oh, right. Right.
And then you had
Well,
expansion club, the Wild.
Right, but Minnesota used to be the North Stars.
Yeah.
And then now they became the Wild because the team.
No, they didn't become the Wild. The franchise moved to Dallas, bumped the name North off of their, went from North Stars, just calling themselves Stars.
Right.
And then an expansion club, whole different owner.
It's a whole different, okay.
And it was a good 10, 15 years
Right.
before the Wild was granted a franchise.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was that much of a gap.
It was travesty. How can Minnesota not have an NHL team?
Right.
It was devastating.
And one of the other surprises is Phoenix apparently didn't like hockey. So the Phoenix, I can't remember what they were called. I don't remember. But anyway, so they lost their franchise and they moved to Utah, Salt Lake City.
Okay.
And now they're called the Mammoths.
Okay.
And they've been doing really well. I mean, they're doing well there in Salt Lake. And the crowds, crowds are big in Salt Lake City.
I have a lot of family in Phoenix now. If you're Minnesota, when you get well off, you move either to Florida or Arizona.
Well, more of them must be moving to Florida because Tampa Bay is back at one of the, and the Panthers have been the champions for the last 2 years.
How are the Panthers? Are they still in?
No, they didn't make it this year.
Okay.
They had so many injuries. They had 7 of their starters were injured for half the season.
But, you had a nice run because you got back-to-back Stanley Cup. That's not that common.
And I want them to win again for one simple reason, because my son said that the next time they win, he's bringing the cup to Tulsa.
Good.
So, yeah hopefully they will win again.
Yeah. No, I was up
in my lifetime.
I was up in Minnesota last summer, and the cup was near my hometown. Actually, it's a ice arena that my cousin manages, and a local kid, St. Cloud, just 30 minutes from my hometown. Schmidt.
Yeah, Schmidt.
Yeah, he's from St. Cloud, and it was his day to have the cup, and he brought it to St. Cloud, and I thought, gosh, I should go there just so I could take a picture and send it to Eddie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every player and staff member gets a day with the cup.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And our son, his day was at the Hard Rock Hotel there in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because what they did, and he had a lot of players came, and then our whole family, but that Hard Rock is an amazing place. I mean, it's nothing like what you have here, of course. Yeah. But they have an exclusive VIP section. We probably talked about this. Anyway, they have individual swimming pools in a cabana.
Oh my God.
Concrete cabana. And they probably got 5 or 6 of these things that you rent for the day.
And your other son went down there for that.
Oh, everybody. All my boys, my daughter, and my wife. We were
all you were there.
Yeah, everybody.
I just saw pictures of your other son, the guy Eli.
Yeah, he was there, but Zach and Talib.
Okay, they all were good.
But anyway, it was kind of funny. So they had it set up, and it's almost like there's a moat between the regular people, and everybody saw the Stanley Cup. And so they're all getting their picture taken with the Stanley Cup in the background. Yeah. It was kind of funny, but I wasn't that big of a fan necessarily at that time, or, into hockey that much. But the people who appreciate hockey, they know what that cup means. Yeah. It's interesting.
Sarah Palin told a good joke at her convention speech. She says, I'm a hockey mom. You know what the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull are? Lipstick. Because, you've seen parents at Little League games. She's evidently in hockey. Oh. The parents get furious.
Oh, yeah.
When their kid's getting punched out. Because
that's what's funny, that you would have little kids already fighting. Yeah. And the referee standing there letting kids fight.
And you try being a mom and watching your son getting his face bashed in.
Hit him back, Jimmy. Yeah. Hit him back.
Yeah.
Use that left.
It's a whole different world. Yeah. Well, like somebody said, I went to the fights last night and a hockey game broke out.
Yeah. Well, I think we've exhausted our 3 hours today. Can you believe we're over 3 hours? Wow.
Great visit with
The mayor, former mayor and judge,
yeah,
current judge, and interesting guy. I mean,
Great
really,
visit.
because he's the most personable, down to earth. But hearing his family background, it kind of explains it a little more. Because you kind of assume that he comes from money or they came from money, but no, it was earned money and smart the way his grandfather invested and grew it that way. They learned the value of investing. So let that be a lesson to everybody out there. Yeah. Okay. Hey, everybody, have a wonderful week ahead. Pray for peace in the Middle East and in the United States. Okay. And that right. God would rule here and in the hearts of people.
We need healing, Jesus.
That's
Amen.
right. God bless everybody, and we will talk to you next week.
Yeah.